Thank you, Chris. Chris, why don't you just proceed? And well, first, let me say to everyone, we do have one public comment at the end of the meeting. If anyone wishes to have a public comment, they have to do a private chat with Christopher Lawrence in WebEx or christopher.lawrence@hq.doe.gov in an email. The public comments will likely be around 5 to 5:30 in that time frame. Why don't you call the roll, Chris?
Okay, we're going to call a roll of all the EAC members. John Adams. All right. I believe he's on, but let me check. He's not on yet. Okay, okay. Chris Ayers.
I am here.
Tom Bialik.
Here.
Laney Brown. Paul Sisio. Armand Cohen. Bob Cummings.
Here.
Thanks, Bob. Thank you. Ann Delanella.
Here.
Hi, Ann. Kimberly Denbo.
Happy to be here.
Happy you're back. Rock star moderator. Drew Fellon.
Happier to be here.
One up. One up.
Competitive.
Really? Gosh. Flora Flicht. Sherry Givens. Mike Hyatt.
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Sherry. Thank you.
The happiest to be.
Mike Hayek is here as well.
Paul Hudson.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. Paul's here.
Good morning, Paul. Lola Infante. Mladen Kuznovich.
Here.
Hey, thanks, Mladen. Clay Copeland.
Happiest to be here by times 3.
Oh, man. Artie Kresner.
Here.
Thank you. Charlotte Lane. Oh, no, Charlotte said she wasn't going to join. Sean Mann.
Present.
Thanks, Sean. Not present 3,000 or happy times 3,000 to be here. I get it. Jeff Morris. Rick Mrose.
I'm here and happy to be with you all, but particularly Kimberly Denbo.
You guys are punchy this morning. I wonder if there was a happy hour yesterday. Delia Patterson.
Wait till 6 o'clock.
Delia's here, and I'm happier than Clay to be here.
Wow. Darlene Phillips.
Darlene is here, and I'm just happy as Friday.
Wanda Reeder.
I'm here, and happy everybody's happy.
Ramteen Chioshansi of The Ohio State University.
The Ramteen Chioshansi of The Ohio State University is here.
David Wade. Tom Weaver.
Tom Weaver's here.
All right. Fantastic. All righty then. Mike, I'll hand it over to you to introduce our first set of speakers.
And we have a quorum.
We do.
Okay, great. The next item is an update on the NARM, or the North American Energy Resilience Model. And we have Gil Bindewald and Dr. Wan. I don't know how to pronounce the first name, but Gil can do that, and Dr. Wan can do that. Gil is the Director of Advanced Grid Research and Development within the DOE. He leads activities to help transform the system that powers our homes and businesses and increasingly even fuels our cars. Dr. Wan is currently the Program Manager for Systems Integration in the DOE. In this role, he oversees the R&D efforts to address the integration challenges of solar energy in the electric power systems. If you folks can take it away, and if you have to share PowerPoint, let us know.
I will. I'll bring up the PowerPoint, and Gil and Go. You will see that I will be starting a speaker clock for your opening remarks. You'll see it at the bottom right hand. It's going to be counting up to 15 minutes, but I will set you all up with your PowerPoints first.
Sounds great.
Give me 1 sec here. Okay. All right, and hold on. Let me actually. Okay. Take it away.
Great. Thank you, Chris. So this is Gil Bindewald. Mike mentioned I work with the Office of Electricity. I'm here today with Guo Li from the Solar Energy Technology Office in the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. We're going to provide you with a little bit of a status update on the North American Energy Resilience Model. I know we've briefed you in the past in terms of what it is and where it's going, but we thought it would be a good opportunity to briefly showcase where it is right now. So it's my privilege of being here, and I thank you again for the opportunity. Next slide, Chris, please. So this is driven, as we all know, by a changing context, whether it's natural or man-made. The environment that the energy infrastructure faces is changing. So NARM is meant to address and look at a variety of potential scenarios, whether extreme weather, earthquakes, cyber attacks, or other. It's meant to understand the impact to the overall interdependent energy infrastructures. Next slide. So resilience is in the name, so I thought it would be good to take a step back and at least define it as we saw. It's driven by the PPD 21, which is Presidential Policy Directive 21, which means the ability to prepare for and adapt to changing conditions and withstand and recover rapidly from disruptions. And so, again, it's meant to look at both deliberate attacks, accidents, or naturally occurring threats or incidents. For those of you on the committee who are less familiar with it, there was a report done in 2017 by the National Academies. This really does provide a much more in-depth look at broader issues of resilience, how it's measured, and what some recommendations might be to address it on a national level. Next slide, please. So this is my attempt at sort of quickly outlining at least a graphic of reliability versus resilience, and the curves are purely illustrative, and please don't focus on the axes as well. They were just meant really to focus on the right-hand side, trying to differentiate the idea of keeping the lights on to a particular event, et cetera, to where we're really focusing in terms of the NARM activity is the resilience piece. These are sort of the low probability, high consequence events. They're what I would call the tails of this risk curve. They're ones that there's very little or no empirical data, very event dependent. And there's opportunities for a lot of, I will say, research related not only to a better understanding of the events themselves, but how to characterize these tails. Why is this important? Because as we try to understand and manage risk, the uncertainty broadly within the system, there's an increasing incremental cost with that. So trying to be able to understand how to coordinate decision making and how to look at staged investments across a variety of the stakeholders is critical to achieving resilience broadly. Next slide, please. So if you don't have data and you don't have a lot of events that you can draw on, how do you understand and look at them? That's the role of modeling. So the NARM, the North American Energy Resiliency Model, really is being built to help understand sort of the complexity of data that's emerging, the physics that are sort of governing it. It's helping to understand parameters and sort of values that are or cannot be directly measured. As I mentioned, it's looking at a variety of scenarios, whether it's earthquakes or wildfires, drought conditions. These are different types of platforms or threats that you can model and be able to inject to understand how it impacts both the electricity system, the bulk system, as well as the interdependencies across other infrastructures. And it helps to evaluate sort of what I'll say resilience design. So things like you're trying to understand, characterize energy storage or where it may be placed in the system. Having a model allows you to look at the various options and be able to understand and weigh those. Next slide, Chris. There we go. So North American Energy Resiliency Model, what this does differently is it really is focused on interdependencies, not just about single layers or how a layer may lay on top of one another from a geospatial standpoint, but really trying to understand the interdependent physics between these different areas, beginning with the electricity, natural gas, and communications, and how the different dynamics and changes occur there. Resilience isn't just about the wires and the poles, right? Resilience goes right back to the fuels that drive your generators, the ability of the generators to provide the electricity, the delivery system to get it where it needs to go in the amount that's needed when it's needed. And that really comes back to a deeper understanding of these various infrastructure layers and how they relate to one another. The mission is really focusing on building sort of these engineering class modeling systems, both for planning and real time. But the other key objective, which is that last bullet, is really about it's not just infrastructures, but the infrastructures represent a diverse set of stakeholders that are also part of the decision process. So part of what NARM does is also trying to help catalyze these partnerships with industry, the labs, states, communities, other federal agencies to support the resilience objectives. Next slide, please, Chris. In July of last year, DOE submitted a report to Congress that provided a high-level strategy for NARM. It's available on our website, and I would say if you're really interested in more details, it's broken out into two phases. The first phase is what I will call long-term planning. It's with offline data. The second phase, which is where we're starting to move into right now, is being able to build on that planning data, the planning models, and being able to understand how streaming data and real-time data can keep those models updated, as well as what type of situational awareness that may bring. NARM is a departmental effort. As a testament of that on the call today with Chloe and myself, two different offices from across the department. There are other offices that have expressed interest and involved as well. And it also includes a variety of national labs. There are actually 8 that are currently involved, plus others that are also supporting it somewhat indirectly. So Argonne, Idaho, Los Alamos, Livermore, NREL, Oak Ridge, PNNL, and Sandia are just a set of those that are currently helping to provide and share their expertise and bring the modeling capabilities to bear that will address some of the challenges and questions that are coming forward. Next slide, please. So if we really look at what does it take to understand resilience, I'll actually start on the right side. It's being able to understand things like outages and the assessments and what enhancements are needed. It's being able to understand metrics and how things like reliability metrics from a utility perspective couple with resilience metrics. It's about operational planning options, as I mentioned to you earlier. It's weighing choices in both different environments to say, what are the trade-offs that I have here? What type of flexibility and adaptability does this provide? And it is also doing things like near real time. Given the scope of NARM and the issues, it really is an integrated modeling environment. It crosses multiple domains. So today we've been focusing on the bulk electricity system, as well as I'll mention briefly, and we hopefully can expand on it, some work in DER area, but it's also the natural gas and communications domain. We're starting to look at some water system models, how that may also play into it, and then also eventually we're looking at things like transportation. This is all driven by the ability to also characterize and model the threats, again, whether it's a hurricane, tornadoes, lightning strikes, earthquake, cybersecurity. It's being able to understand the correlations and nature of those threats and what they mean to the overall system, and be able to populate and condition the models in this environment and framework to be able to see the type of results that would come out of that. Next slide, please. So in order to do that effectively, NARM is not a singular model. It's about an interactive toolbox of different software elements. As you see here, it's driven somewhat on the long-range planning. The tomorrow is actually a little more today or very near term. We're starting to bring in real-time aspects to keep those models updated and to be able to provide insights in a near term. In the future, what we see is an ability to understand and I'll say analyze some of this data to be able, through things like machine learning and artificial intelligence, to be able to detect anomalies, to be able to provide signatures on particular events. And what that does is it helps not only in terms of being able to understand what could be done, but it helps in real time to be able to identify when perhaps something is happening and what that means in terms of the operation or the broader situational awareness across the system. NARM for DOE's use is not an operational tool. It is strictly situational awareness. We're not controlling or operating the grid. It is really meant to enhance our coordination and the decision-making that we play, not only within DOE, but with other agencies and, again, with our partnership with industry. At the bottom, you just see a bunch of the bins, and we're, keep going, Chris, we're good. And so the next slide sort of, you can go, next slide. There we go. Really deals with a variety of time and spatial scales. So these give an example, again, of how they're not singular model categories. So whereas a power flow model or an analysis may be in the order of sub-seconds to minutes, what we're talking about in terms of NARM is being able to lay out the integration and orchestration and execution of these models over a variety of temporal scales. We're using an investment that DOE had made before called Helix as that coordination engine. And again, it allows us to be able to see things like the slower natural gas and how it relates to the faster electricity in terms of the ability of the dynamics and how they would cascade through the system and how these would integrate together. So again, it's meant to look at a variety of timescales to inform decision-making and again, stage that decision-making, stage that investment in a way that supports overall resilience. Next slide, please. Whoop, go back a couple, I think. There we go. I think that's the right one. Yeah. So same way we were talking about changing environments. I think forward one, Chris. The nature of the development process also needs to be agile. So we are using an agile development strategy as part of NARM. What's important about this is what DOE is doing is they're laying out the vision and strategy. We're focusing on identifying key deliverables and roadmaps that are coming out. And then what it does is it allows an active relationship between those on the lab side or elsewhere that are developing the tools to sort of feedback and integrate with us as the users or other industry people to make sure that it's appropriate. So it's a lot more adaptive and ability to keep pace with the type of changing needs that we may see. So it's not a singular model for a singular purpose. It really is about helping to integrate and stitching together a variety of modeling capabilities that could enhance our understanding of events that we see today or are emerging, helps to fill where gaps may exist in either the model area or some of this framework, and then, again, creating a structure from an infrastructure and development standpoint that is somewhat living, that allows us to continue to extend, expand, and scale based upon the needs that are there. Next slide, Chris. And so as the domains are released, which is we're aiming right now on a quarterly basis, or sorry, as NARM releases come out basically on a quarterly basis, they extend and expand in a variety of areas. These are just the 5 that I could think of. So you have domains, as I mentioned, electricity, natural gas, comms, talking about bringing the water piece on. There's the domain behavior. So for example, in the natural gas area, moving from steady state to capturing transients or capturing real time. That would be an example of how the functionality gets extended over time. Then you have the components. I mentioned early on, initial focus was on the bulk power system. Recent investment over the last 6 months to a year has really been starting to integrate better we'll say, resolution and visibility of DER and how that may contribute to resilience. So that's an example of where we're expanding the domain components in each of these models. And again, the structure that we have allows us to occur relatively seamlessly and to be able to allow a user to choose which pieces of this toolbox are relevant to the type of problems they have, and be able to extend those and create those in a way that it helps the interoperation and integration. And then finally, it's also on a region and threat basis. So as we get more visibility in those two, it allows us to also extend. Next slide, Chris. So this is the releases since last September. So last fall, I think I presented some of the NARM piece to you all. At the time, it was really focused on the natural gas and bulk electricity system coupling. A lot of the communication and coordination with things like the visualization was done manually through things like email or orchestration by the user. What has happened over the last 6 months or so was really a concerted effort to add and enhance the underlying, I will say, capabilities to help automate this. And also to get more, I'll say, granularity and resolution in terms of the threat characteristics and the modeling as it feeds in. Over the next several months, we're going to continue to improve that visualization capability. We're going to continue to bring in that view in terms of some of the other areas, and then hopefully by the end of the fiscal year, our plan is to bring in new capabilities like the real-time piece and the natural gas transient work, which has been ongoing. And I think last slide, Chris. Okay, last one. And this just sort of highlights it, again, a little bit more of expansion for this calendar year on real-time situational awareness, a little bit on infrastructure modeling, really focusing probably on the West is what we're initially doing for things like earthquakes and wildfires, and the focus on the infrastructure itself, the framework. And then I think the last slide now is the question slide. So I'll turn it back to EAC or Guoyi if you have any final comments, and go from here, Chris. Thanks for the time, and thanks for listening.
So, Chris, is Guoyi going to speak as well, or do we do Q&A?
Gil, Guoyi, do you want to add anything onto this, or are you hanging around for the questions?
Yeah, I see the timer expired. First, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay.
Yeah, you just, yeah. Whatever you say is just going to, eat into the question time. That's fine. I don't want to, please speak.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. So I see the timer expired. I'll just be very brief. I think Gil covers it very well. Just to expand the last bullet point, if you go back to the last slide, I want to really highlight the system architecture efforts that the team has invested in. I think, the NARM, first of all, I'm very excited to be part of the NARM endeavor from the ERE perspective. So as mentioned earlier, NARM is an incredibly complex and ambitious initiative. And to do it right, the system architecture is fundamental in terms of making sure that different components will work together, not today, but in the future. So one of the slides says that the NARM is not only relevant to the problem that we're having today, but tomorrow and the future system as well. Speaking of that, if you look at the transition of the system with some more renewable energies, from solar perspective, wind, solar, and the DERs as well, they're becoming an integral part of the power system. So, and we're actually taking all of those into consideration in building the NARM capabilities. So I just want to highlight that, in order to do it right, system architecture is a critical issue that the team is actively working on to address. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Guoyi. So I'm going to open up the clock for questions. To kick it off, Rick Moroz actually has a question in the chat room that I'd like to get going here. Rick said, does NARM contemplate any particular methods to value aspects of resilience? This becomes important for investments, cost recovery, prudence, and prudency issues.
Chloe, did you want to start with this one, or do you want me to? Okay. Can people hear me?
Yes, got you, Gil.
Okay. So let me start off then. So I think where you raised the point here is an area within NARMS called TEM area, which is the threats and economic modeling, but it also captures the metrics piece. And as we start looking at the investments broadly across that may be necessary for resilience, it comes to understanding not only how they play out physically within the system, but as we're being able to understand how those metrics may encourage or I'll use the word broadly, incent different types of investment decision making. It is an area that we've had, I will say, complementary activities both throughout the department, both as part of what's called the GMLC or the Grid Modernization Laboratory Collaborative, as well as some other programmatic activities. And so there's some work under the Resilient Distribution System program that starts to capture and look at some of these trade-offs and what might encourage investment in ways that support resilience, not only within singular areas, but broadly across all of the related infrastructure that might support and impact resilience. So.
Thanks, Gil. Okay, so I'm just going to give fair warning here. This is going to be a lightning round because I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 speakers that are queued up. So on deck, I have Delia, then I have Chris Ayers. So Delia, go for it.
Thanks, Chris. I had a question about who NARM was going to be available to, whether it'll be available to utilities and grid operators. And, Chris expanded the question and is wondering if it's going to be available to state regulators and state energy offices. It's clear that it's going to be available to the federal government and it has some national security implications, but how else will it be used and who else will be able to use it?
Great question. So the way that NARM is being developed is twofold. One is trying to separate the models from system-specific data. So from that standpoint, there will be the ability or the goal of being able to share the models themselves, so the frameworks. So it could be something that if you have the individual data and you want to run it, that's one way to do it. The other piece to this, as I was mentioning earlier, briefly, I know it was a flyby, but the idea we're building as much as it can either on commercial or open source software. So those enhancements will also be available to the users of those models and capabilities. That's the intent. So the intent is that this provides, while we may not be in a position to share data related to specific portions of the system, the capabilities in the underlying framework would be something that would be intended to be accessible in terms of various stakeholders that would be part of the resilience decision process.
Thanks, Gil. Chris, did your question get answered along with Delia's?
It did. Thanks, Delia. So I'm good.
Okay, Mladen. Oh.
I hope you can hear me. Hi, Gil. I have 3 parts of this, so you can comment on whichever you think is more relevant to comment on. The issue of resilience. I think, the definition that is floating around of low probability, high impact is fine. It's been talked about a lot. But what we didn't talk about much in the community is a high probability, relatively low impact. This is the events that are happening all the time, and they can take out the system. It doesn't have to be the infrastructure going down, due to the hurricanes or anything like that. So that's one issue of how do we define this resilience model. The second part is the modeling itself. You did mention physical models, database model, but the real combination that will help us is to get a synergy of the physical modeling and the data-driven modeling where we have constraints on availability of data, particularly for the data-driven models. So, that becomes an issue. How much can we push with the regulation, the opening of the data? We have, panels scheduled for that to actually make progress on that front. And the last portion of the modeling is I looked at the tools and things like that, and you hinted to that the next stage needs to be more of dynamics of all of this. So in the power systems alone, the time domain modeling versus frequency domain modeling that can reflect electromechanical and electromagnetic events is something that is absolutely necessary to understand relay, understand oscillations, understand things. So in the physical power system modeling, what do you think, how do we need to make progress to have these models interacted? I'm sorry I have these three things, but you may, in interest of time, comment on whatever you feel like.
So all three I agree with, and I actually will yield some time to Chloe to talk here too. But the data-driven versus the fundamental model piece, how they play out, that's exactly sort of what's driving NARM. I think your point on the high-frequency type events are as important. Strongly agree with that. I think one of the opportunities with that is the ability to mine that data to both characterize those type of events as well as be able to apply things like machine learning and AI to them to understand the impact. So I think this is where it doesn't mean it doesn't fall out. It doesn't mean that it's absent from NARM. I just would say it's one of the aspects where the uniqueness of NARM is in being able to fill a void which isn't capable either by data or existing model sets. And then the third piece, the capturing the electromagnetics as well as things like the time domain models, I agree with that as well. I think being able to start, I think what we're trying to do is start with things. The core part of what we see is addressing some of these fundamental needs and threats, and then extend and scale those over time, being able to validate and verify those in a systematic way that doesn't add every feature and every element all at once, but being able to incrementally add these over time in a controlled and methodical approach. And Chloe, I know you've been looking at these as well. I yield to you.
Yeah, so thanks, Gil. The only thing I want to add there is that, as I mentioned earlier, the system architecture is critical for the expansion of the capabilities in NARM. So all of those different models are available and contribute to the analysis of the resilience issues. And Gil mentioned about the Helix, and there is definitely a framework or some set of rules, so to speak, to connect the different capabilities and tools together into NARM, introduce them into NARM to add more insight into the analysis. So all of those are possible. It's just what is laid out here is the first, if you will, capabilities that will be delivered, and this is not going to be done overnight. This is definitely the way I see it is a long-term endeavor.
Thanks, Gohui. So on deck I have Flora, Bob, and Clay. So Flora, please take it away. Flora, you're on mute again.
Never mind.
No, you got it. We got you. We got you.
Get it? Oh,
yeah.
Finally. Okay.
We did it. We did it.
I hit the right buttons. Okay. Just a couple questions. One is on sort of milestones and timeline. You said you're starting in the West and you've got these different layers. Do you have sort of an overall plan for where you're going to act and what kind of things you want to look at over time? And the second one is where are you getting the data, particularly for the bulk electric system?
So I will take a quick stab at the first part. So the approach so far has been in the West. We've been focusing on the integrated analytics capability, so really trying to understand the coupling between some of the natural gas, electricity, as well as hopefully hydro and other resources. In the East, in the near-term goals, September timeframe is to start injecting some real-time data and to keep the models fresh and see how that allows them to be updated, as well as provide some broader situational awareness. And again, a lot of this is sampling or we'll say prototype, especially in the real time, because we're just starting off on that. In terms of some of the real-time data or some of the broader data access, that's one that we're having ongoing discussions with industry and other data owners. Again, it's a longer process, both in terms of, I will say, building a level of respect and understanding of what we're trying to do with NARM collectively and what the potential role of that data is in the type of decision making that may come out of that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Flora. Okay, Bob.
Hi, folks. I had a meeting when I was still at NERC with the team, the NARMS team, and this was in early March, first week of March, and Ali and I had been talking about NARMS for probably well over a year, and the progress made in the layering between natural gas and the electric system is really they're moving really forward. NERC has named a person to be a liaison person. That's his job, working with NARMS. And they're working with the modeling to make sure the modeling is true to form. So kudos to Gil and the team. They're moving forward. I think in the long run, the best part about this is not only for the NERC understanding and DOE understanding the interplay, but also as it moves forward, people like the EAC and others are going to get to see how these interplay with each other. Very important in the long run. Thank you.
Bob. Thanks, Bob. Okay, so Clay, take it away. And then we have Darlene and Jess, and then that's it.
Get my double mute undone here. So Gil's excellent presentation. I applaud the use of Agile frameworks. It's an excellent tool for managing uncertainty. Yesterday in his opening address, Assistant Secretary Walker mentioned the narrow skill set and really the narrow group of system operators and their importance. And as a utility operator in a hyperdynamic environment, I think one lesson we've learned, I would suggest that in the face of uncertain events, that your resilience resides with people. So two things, I think that would speak to the EAC and the Department of Energy on reprioritizing our emphasis on workforce development and human resources and moving that up a little bit in our priorities. But my question is, what's being done, or how are you looking at that man-machine interface and the difference between the modeling tools and the data, which are essential, and the advisory capacity of those to put that in the hands of the decision makers, who are often people who actually perform better in uncertain environments than machines do? So,
great questions. And it's one we're just starting to look at right now in terms of how does human behavior impact reliability and resilience. One of the goals, although it's not explicit in the presentation today, at least in terms of the broader vision that I had and others that I've had with DOE, is eventually, if we do the scenarios right, this could become part of both exercises or training simulators to help those in the industry be able to understand the nature of different events that better characterize it with than perhaps what's being done right now. That was something that became very clear on some of the work that I know I was involved in with Puerto Rico, as well as some other hurricanes in the past. It's being really able to understand how to prepare and think about these type of events. We're just starting to, I would say, engage the broader set of, I'll say, users. You raise a very good point in terms of there is decision processes and, I'll say, analysis that goes through this area that humans can bring enhanced skill set that sometimes is not always readily appreciated. That's part of the reason why we broke it into two pieces this calendar year. The first part, doing the integrated analytics, focused on the West, was really to say, let the models run, right? Look at the planners, see how the fact of the economics and decisions there. But we also said we needed to accelerate the visual analytics piece, which is what we were trying to do more in the East, which is getting the tools and the data in front of operators and users in a way, I mean, operators from an industry perspective, but users in terms of being able to understand and see what they can see with more granularity. And so you raised a very good point. It's something that I think ongoing dialogue with EAC and others is really important. And I think it's something that I would look forward to again, on a future basis as well.
Thanks, Gil.
So this is Guohui. Can I add to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just add a couple of points. Thanks. Visualization, as we mentioned, is definitely one way to consider the human-machine interface, and there's a lot of effort being put in there from the NAR team to look at how to design the dashboard, the different layers of data for the operators, and obviously first you want to identify who the audience is, right, for the NARM tool. So that's one thing. And the other thing I would say that is that in terms of the use case definition, we'll also start from there. Like, what are the issues that are most relevant for the analysis? So that will be the input to the machine-human interface. So not just after the fact when the analysis results are done, but also before it's done. In terms of defining the user interface, who the actors are, that sort of thing. And outside of NARM, I just want to mention one thing. I think departmental-wide in the ERE as well, we're focusing a lot these days on the workforce development. So we want to leverage those efforts as well for the NARM effort.
Thanks, Guohui. Okay, finally, Darlene and Jeff. So Darlene first.
Hi, Chris. Thank you. I'll make this quick so I know we're out of time. We heard a lot of the things a lot of the purposes of the modeling, from predictive outages to operational planning to real-time situational awareness. I guess the question is, how do we take this and ultimately impact decision-making? So do we envision rules from FERC or NERC, or where do we see that actually bleeding into how we move forward as an industry once all of this work is complete?
So if I understood your question is, how do you basically institutionalize the results that may come from NARM in the appropriate ways? I think for me, there's a lot of focus, I would say, on the internal federal coordination processes just within DOE, being able to understand where that may play out. I think that's something we are, as part of the use cases that Guohui highlighted, it's starting to help illuminate where others could play and where some of these decisions that could come out from it might be relevant. NARM was not developed for a regulatory purpose. I just want to be very clear about that. It really is being driven to support planning and other broader objectives. But I appreciate and understand that as we move forward and we start thinking about resilience, there are a variety of stakeholders and decisions that need to be coordinated, and making sure that these results are seamlessly integrated into those processes in appropriate ways is something that I think we're exploring, and again, open to thoughts and advice on where that could better be aligned.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gil. Okay, final question, Jeff Morris.
Hi there, thank you. And I have two questions I'll ask quickly. The first is on a follow-up to Delilah's question. One of the problems with sharing this data with government, local and state government is the public disclosure laws at the state and local level. And I'm wondering if you're planning on using the fusion centers that were created as a workaround to let government-owned critical infrastructure see important data but not possess it. and subjected to disclosure? And my second question has to do with, at least in the West Coast, highly integrated infrastructure with Canada. I think 70 to 80% of the natural gas consumed on the West Coast comes from Western Canada. Very constrained situation last summer with a pipeline breach up in Fort St. John. What's the relationship with getting data out of Canada, and how are you working with the Canadians?
Wow, great question.
You didn't end on a light note, I guess. So the first one, unfortunately, is an easy answer. The fusion centers is something that I think a great recommendation, a huge problem that we've, in terms of being able to disseminate information, especially with states, et cetera, and yet respect the sensitivity of the data. So I'm not as familiar with the fusion centers. Clearly, what you just suggested is something that needs more investigation on our part as a team to know how that might fit into it. But great comment, something I've been perhaps would like to explore more at an appropriate time. The second piece with Canada, that has been ongoing discussion with leadership, both within our office and the department. As you know, in many cases, electricity doesn't know jurisdictional bounds. So a lot of the work that we've been doing, especially in places like the West or the East, looks across this. It's sort of why the North American Electric Reliability System. And again, I think, but further coordination and dialogue and communication is something that is underway in terms of how NARM can be a resource not only here, but looking, as you said, across the broader contributors to energy resilience as a whole.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Gil. Thank you, Go Hui. And with that being said, let's give them a round of applause virtually. That was a great presentation. I know, Gil and Go Hui, this is something that the EAC has been paying very close attention to. Gil, as you know, we've done at least one work product kind of looking at this. So I appreciate your time. And if you can stick around for the last session, the last open session, that would be great. Mike, I'm going to hand it back over to you so you can introduce Joe Palladino.
Okay. I just wanted to say the understatement was by Clay. We're in a hyperactive dynamic right now. We got a lot of things going on, and NARM is really advancing, and I really appreciate the presentation. The next, we're going to start the panel with Joe Palladino, who probably needs no introduction, but I have to certify that he does work at the DOE. Joe has worked most of his career in the advancement and commercialization of technology to address energy and environmental issues. His current focus is to leverage information to help decision makers, including regulators, make informed infrastructure investments given the rapid advancement in technology. And he is going to introduce his 6 panelists, and here's how we're going to work this. Somewhere after each panelist, we're going to have 2 questions. And then we'll try to keep that succinct. So get your hand up in the queue for Chris. And then we'll get through the panel. We may have some Q&A after, but we do have a moderated questions by the panel later in this program today. So somewhere in the middle of the speakers, we'll have a break, and I'll peg it somewhere around 2 o'clock where a natural break occurs. At this point, Joe, you're between us and a break.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's going to be a long break coming. Please.
Hey Joe, you're about every 3 words. So see if you could either fix it or we'll move to the first panelist.
Oh, yeah. No, I should be.
Now we can.
Now we can.
Can you guys hear? Okay, now now. Can you hear all my words? Okay, good. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. So, Chris, would you mind moving to the next slide? Thank you. I just wanted to introduce briefly the purpose of this session. There's been a lot of discussion amongst the EAC members regarding integrated planning, particularly with respect to what we're now seeing in the grid with respect to increasing levels of renewable technologies and distributed energy resources. And the question being, well, what is the state of the art of the planning tools and underlying analysis and underlying analytical capabilities of supporting those planning processes to actually be able to plan a grid that can adapt appropriately to this changing resource mix. So what we've done is we recommended that we would put a panel session together that conveyed primarily what DOE is doing in this area as a way to begin this discussion, and for the EAC to be able not only review what we're doing, but also be able to critique it. And really, this session, I think, initiates a discussion with the EAC and DOE on exploring the gaps and to recommend further efforts by DOE with respect to advancing planning methods and tools to address the changing resource mix while keeping in mind the need to sustain security, resilience, and reliability objectives. Next slide, please. Thank you. I have a couple of slides that I just wanted to briefly show that really is getting to provide some data on how the resource portfolio is actually changing. This is data that came out of a recent EIA report. You can see that the cost per kilowatt hour of solar has come down considerably over the past 5 years. The same with onshore wind turbines, and natural gas has pretty much stayed flat. And so these technologies are becoming more competitive, obviously, and you can see at the very bottom in the bar chart that what the capacity additions to the system have been with these technologies. And you see that even though natural gas is still the dominant one, that solar and wind is being added to the system in a fairly significant way. So this is real. Renewables are here. They're competing with our other traditional forms of energy. The natural gas share is about 35% now. Renewables, non-hydro at 10%, but that is both. That is growing, and coal is actually diminishing. Next slide, please. Whoop. Went to the end of the slide deck. Go back. Okay, thank you. No. Whoop. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to also look at distributed energy resources just briefly. This is a snapshot of energy storage. And this data that you see on the right-hand side is from Bloomberg. It's basically showing the decreasing cost of energy storage technologies over time. And you can see that the cost of a cell and the cost of a set of cells is decreasing considerably. And in a recent market survey that we took a look at, the current U.S. energy storage market is around 523 megawatts in 2019, but it's expected to grow by 10 times, at least according to the estimates of this one study, by 10 times by 2025. That is significant. And it's these increases of energy storage is being driven largely by utility procurements as well as accelerating residential markets. And as you know, energy storage provides a range of services and capabilities, and that's what the interest is. It's being used for a lot of different things. For instance, ancillary services in the transmission level markets, not only being used now as a standalone device, but what we're seeing continually across the country now is solar paired with storage applications across the United States. And that is becoming very significant. There are lots of federal and state policy initiatives which are supporting energy storage. including the recently announced Department of Energy Energy Storage Grant Challenge. But at the state level, there's legislation, there are regulatory requirements, and incentives that are promoting pilot programs. They have storage targets. Storage is being now asked to be considered within integrated resource plans and integrated distribution system plans. There are funding incentives for storage. For instance, there are programs in California and New York, et cetera. And storage is a technology that is being applied for distributions, upgrade, deferrals, as well as from alternatives. One of the main points from this slide is that if we go beyond thinking about energy storage and think about the other distributed energy resources like electric vehicles and flexible building loads and microgrids and things like that, the load shape is now becoming much less predictable, and it's going to be much variable. So in a planning context, not only are we looking at the supply of energy, but we're also looking at how the load shape is being changed dramatically by these new technologies coming online, especially energy storage. And that sets up some interesting challenges operationally, but planning-wise as well. Next slide, please. I guess the system has taken a while. In the next slide, which is the United States, are 25 states. Thank you. There are 25 states that are now either have asked their utilities to develop integrated distribution resource plans, or have dockets in place and discussions in place to consider whether they actually want to begin a process of integrated distribution resource plan. An integrated resource plan provides a great opportunity to develop a rational technology implementation strategy to meet a number of things: grid modernization efforts, the utilization of distributed energy resources, and resilience and reliability objectives. So it becomes a great way to organize thinking around what is that technology investment strategy over time. Now, the use of integrated distribution resource plans is lagging behind use of integrated resource plans across the country. And now you also see that the requests for grid modernization plans are starting to now be integrated into integrated resource plans. So there's a current merging of a lot of this planning. Now, Hawaii has integrated distribution system plan with integrated resource plan. Other states, think about utilities, integrated planning processes, because thinking about its distribution planning with their integrated resource planning. So there's a lot of effort and thinking that's ahead of us with respect to truly coordinating these planning processes and implementing them in some coordinated manner. Next slide, please.
I hit it, Joe. It's taking a minute.
The next slide. It's just taking a while. There's a lot of activity on the system right now. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. What I want to do, and we can look at this later in the day as well as we review what everybody has presented, is I wanted to present what I think some of the remaining challenges are, and there are many. There's a lot of work to do with respect to integrated planning. First of all, I just sort of mentioned this. We really have to begin to integrate planning cycles, assumptions, analytical findings across disparate planning processes: integrated resource planning, distribution system planning, and transmission planning, which means we have to really put together some great coordination schemes to be able to affect that. And one of the thoughts coming out, and Peter Larson's going to get into this a little bit later on, is we've got a lot of point solutions going on. We've got point solutions going on in the distribution system, right? There's organic application of distributed energy resources, et cetera. So the question is how much centralized planning do we want? Do we actually really want to do a little bit more centralized planning so we can be a little bit more efficient with respect to the kinds of resources and the way we utilize those resources on the system? Secondly, we have to begin to incorporate resilience into our planning processes. Paul DeMartini is going to get into this and others, but with respect to that, there are a couple of things we really start to have to consider. First of all, we need a methodology for translating threat-based risk assessment into planning objectives and criteria. To be able to do the risk assessment up front, threat-based, and be able to convert that and translate into actually planning objectives that then drive the planning process. And then secondly, we're looking at a lot of different grid configurations these days, like in California, microgrids at the end of the transmission system. So we need also to be able to consider a variety of grid configurations within our planning processes. Thirdly, multi-objective planning. How do we actually undertake multi-objective planning where we got resilience objectives, reliability objectives, efficiency objectives, et cetera? How do we actually prioritize and balance across the different objectives and develop a planning process and a technology investment strategy that can actually map back to them? We need to be able to plan for uncertain futures and risk, uncertainty analysis, et cetera. And there are risks that are coming from a lot of different arenas, like economic risk, the risk of resources not being dispatchable or available when you want them. So a lot of different risks. We need to be able to incorporate that into planning processes. We're reaching a point where we need better tools for utilities and regulators to assess active load curve management. Because if we can begin to manage the load curve, then all of a sudden that is a whole nother factor that we need to start to consider within our planning processes. We need predictable technology adoption pathways. It takes a long time for technologies to be tested, demonstrated, and used by utilities. It's a long planning cycle. If we could actually create what the needs are, some certainty with respect to technology is meet those needs, that might help. And then finally, this always comes up, having consistent evaluation practices. And what we're finding out, and Paul will be able to get into, is that most of the investments in the grid are core investments. They're not subject to a benefit to cost analysis. They're really core investments that are needed to be made just because we've got resilience objectives, reliability objectives, and things like that. We have to build out a system to be able to meet those. So how do we now begin to adjust our valuation approaches to be able to deal with a best fit kind of implementation strategy versus a benefit to cost implementation strategy? So I'm going to leave it there. We probably shouldn't have any questions at this time. What I'd really like to do is I'd like to introduce Paul, if that's okay. We can come back to these things. A lot of these things will come up in a lot of the talks coming up. And again, as Michael Hayek was saying, the way we formatted this is we basically have 5 different sessions here. And in each session, we'll have 30 minutes. The speaker, and sometimes there are a couple of speakers, will have about 15 to 20 minutes to talk, and then there'll be like 10 minutes to ask those speakers or that speaker questions. And once we've gone through that, then there's a break, and then there's a chance to have a much larger discussion about really what we see are the remaining gaps, how the EAC feels about that, and how we want to move further. So let me just stop there. And let me introduce Paul. And we've sent out pretty in-depth bios for everybody, and I'm not going to parrot what the bios say. But I do want to say just a couple of words about each speaker before they talk. And I wanted to say about Paul. Paul's been supporting us at DOE for about 6 years. He's really been a thought leader in the industry, and he's recognized nationally. And he's a really leading expert on business and policy and the technology aspects of a more distributed power system. His recent work is on really how to incorporate resilience into the distribution system planning process. He has led conceptually a lot of the work that DOE is doing. You'll see that he's been involved not only with developing reports conceptually, but writing reports, and those include the next generation distribution system platform set of reports, 3 volumes. We're currently finalizing a 4th volume. He developed the first integrated distribution system planning report for the state of Minnesota about 4 years ago. We're advancing that to include resilience and different sort of grid configurations. And he's worked also in developing coordination frameworks. So he has not only does he have his own consulting firm right now, but he was instrumental in helping us to engage with utilities in the formulation of the concepts that we've developed over the past several years. And he was a senior leadership person at Cisco as well as Southern California Edison. Oversaw the implementation of AMI and things and other technologies and things like that. So with that, Paul, you're up.
Thanks, Joe. Good afternoon, everyone. The next slide. So as Joe teed up, we're going to talk about the resilience planning. And then Joe touched on, there's really 3 basic buckets of needs and objectives that tend to drive the planning process. One has been fundamentally for many decades, obviously, is safety and operational efficiency. Reliability is a component of that. But that has been extended to more fully looking at enhancements to reliability, and of course, over the past decade or so, a particular focus increasingly on resilience from many dimensions, including cybersecurity. And then, of course, we've started to really change the utilization of the distribution system with DER integration and then also the use of those distributed resources, as Joe said, for many different services increasingly, including in a number of places for export energy to meet resource adequacy needs. And I'll touch a little bit more on that because that's really where I think we're going to be shifting from this focus in the distribution planning realm from the idea of having to manage, DER as a load modifying resource to actually DER as an export energy resource that is incorporated into resource adequacy and resource planning and resource operations. And it changes the nature of what the distribution system needs to be able to support, moving from the ability to just, deal with export energy to, inadvertent export energy to actually becoming a grid tie or a generation tie, I should say, and having to adapt techniques like transmission planning does around deliverability from point A to point B. So these things are all combining into to really thinking differently about the planning process that has typically incorporated resilience and reliability planning, asset planning, and grid expansion and modernization planning. Next slide, please. Thanks. So I've updated the S-curve that I developed, I guess, about 6-7 years ago that some of you are familiar with, and to really highlight a little bit more about how we're evolving into stage 3. For many years now, we've been talking about the evolution from stage 1 to stage 2 in terms of DER and adoption and customer microgrid developments over the past 15 years. And a lot of the work that we've been talking about and that many of you have been involved in thinking about grid modernization and the changes to distribution planning have really been focused on that transition from stage 1 to stage 2 as increasingly more distributed resources and the desire to take advantage of those resources as part of the overall power system operations. But what we've started to see in a number of places around the U.S. Is that we are starting to expand how we think about those distributed resources as part of not just, as I said, load modifying resources, but rather resources that are going to contribute to overall resource adequacy. As Tom Bialik may have been sharing with you, as I'm sure, in California, the community choice aggregators are now explicitly pursuing development of distributed resources on the distribution system for the purpose of meeting their load needs in that community. And as a result, they're using the distribution system of the utilities as a generation tie to meet those resource adequacy requirements. This is a fundamental shift in what the use of the distribution system, and obviously not one that was part of the original design construct. So this sort of thing really fundamentally changes how we think about distribution. When you add in the desire to start pursuing, from a resilience standpoint, broader multi-user microgrids that expand into the community ahead of the meter, using the distribution system to form, to basically link the loads and resources. This again also creates quite a different dynamic in terms of what the distribution infrastructure needs to be able to do to support those energy transactions in that community over that distribution system. So again, a number of different dimensions that we're already seeing play out in New York and California and in a number of other states in terms of looking at how these multi-user microgrids might then develop more fully into and be part of a new framework for how distribution systems are designed and planned for. Next slide, please. So I think one of the things we've been talking with folks over the last, I would say about 5-6 months now, is really trying to help explain how we think about things in terms of distribution investment and being able to support multiple capabilities and the integration of those capabilities over time. And one of the things we used to help explain that was development of this what I call Maslow's hierarchy of grid investment, and that is every layer starting from the bottom and moving to the top depends on the bottom, the layer below or layers below to be able to be effective. So that is, if you're looking to have pretty sophisticated multi-user microgrids and customer microgrids that are also under blue sky, and almost always the case, is looking to provide services into the grid, then you need to have the ability to do DER integration and utilization. If you're going to be doing DER integration and utilization, then you need to be able to have advanced sensing, protection, and control systems to support that, which then requires also some level of basic distribution automation capability, and obviously, an infrastructure, poles, wires, and the like, that are actually reliable and resilient, not old, aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced. Obviously, those depend on effective structural designs and meeting safety and electric code compliance. So all these things sort of build upon each other in this Maslow's hierarchy of grid investment. And it's important to understand that these today, in many cases, the dimensions of these investments are done under different planning constructs, whether we're talking about asset planning that is done at the distribution level, what may be done by a different group within a utility, particularly larger utilities where resilience and reliability planning may be considered, and then those elements that tie into grid modernization that tends to be perhaps yet another group that is looking at some of the more sophisticated technologies. And smaller utilities, these are all done simultaneously, perhaps through a single planning group. But the idea being that there are generally these three threads, roughly speaking. Obviously, there's system expansion and upgrade that plays in here too. But these all, on some level, will need to increasingly be converge so that we can have an effective distribution plan that looks at how the interplay between these different layers of this hierarchy can be optimized. Next slide, please. So we updated the diagram that we had developed for Minnesota. It's obviously a fairly complex diagram, but I think those of you who are familiar with the planning process will recognize the boxes, flowing from the input of objectives and criteria, which we'll touch on in a little bit in greater detail, but how these various piece parts over time in a planning process can be integrated into a converged overall distribution investment roadmap that both near-term action plan and a longer-term strategic plan that incorporates the modernization components and considerations for potentially using distributed resources for particular services that might interplay. And as you'll hear later on from Samir Sukar and I believe Johanna Zetterberg, the integration with resource and transmission planning is something that increasingly folks are looking at, and especially in regards to the resource planning, as I've mentioned, as several states are now incorporating explicitly the pursuit of community-based renewable resources, solar storage in particular, as part of independent of what might be behind the meter, and those resources obviously have an impact on distribution and the deliverability of that energy, as I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. The other thing that we've been working on, as Joe touched on with respect to the DSPX effort around grid modernization planning, is this overall thought process about how to link some activities that have been underway now for, in the case of the implementation planning, this work sort of builds on things that we developed with EPRI and their IntelliGrid activities and the Modern Grid Initiative at the DOE from the early 2000s. Where starting with use cases and detailed design and technology selection and deployment planning, but how does that sort of sequence, which wasn't completely understood outside the utility confines or the vendor community, but being able to explain that process to regulatory commission staff and stakeholders so that they understand how utilities arrive at the deployment plans that they develop. But then working back up into the idea that, before you start doing implementation planning, the benefits of considering a longer-term strategic view of thinking about aligning to the objective, scope, and timing of a particular state or jurisdiction, and of course that utilities, what they recognize in terms of customer needs, how that then translates into grid capabilities and functionality. That then, in turn, there's a set of architectural considerations about how you design this, how you would then ultimately design the system, and of course, discussions and so on about a longer-term view to develop a strategic roadmap. And often these days, which has widely been accepted now, this methodology, variations on this methodology, that you would develop a conceptual cost estimate for that roadmap over time. That then you would then flow these implementation plans, or at least link more explicitly these implementation plans that come out, and are the implementation plans being the one that is used for the purpose of getting funding authorization. Next slide, please. The other thing we developed, about 4 years ago now, was this technology stack in our volume 3. That was released several years ago. And this stack was really for the purpose of trying to help explain how the various grid modernization technologies and underlying physical grid infrastructure basically support each other in terms of developing and enabling applications that we showed. What Joe was referring to in terms of core components really build on this idea of the Maslow's hierarchy that I showed earlier, which is you start with the physical grid, upon which you overlay an operational communications, whether we're talking about substation wide area networks or field area or neighborhood area networks to support other operational and meter data collection, sensing and measurement capabilities, and we use that term pretty broad to include things like fault current indicators or even how you measure consumption at the customer level, or other voltage and power quality dimensions that may be used out on the distribution system. Then operational data management, and then above that, then starting it into the core, both planning and operational applications that are necessary for control and the like. So then we get into applications that we look at as more optional, depending on what a particular jurisdiction and utility are seeking to do. All of those in the upper layer depend on those capabilities of the core components that lay below this. So again, this idea that you're building these layers of technologies one upon the other to be able to support the overall objectives of a particular locale. Next slide, please. As Joe was talking about, we had spent a fair amount of time in our volume 3 a couple of years ago looking at how to think about cost effectiveness. And the major challenge here for a lot of grid investments, as Joe mentioned, and in particular grid modernization and that stack I was just describing, is that those elements in the core essentially support many different capabilities, as you can imagine, over time. As you add more and more layers of technologies that support different functions and outcomes for customers, you start to then add applications on top of those core components that meet different needs of a particular state or jurisdiction or customer needs or the utilities objectives. And so you get a very complex mix of capabilities spread across both at any given moment and over time. As we know, these deployments of things like a communication system can take many years to deploy, and it may necessarily follow when some other investment was made, or vice versa. That is, you may do the communications and then the software system follows. So you get these timing mismatches that also don't easily align to when you may actually try to do some cost effectiveness analysis. So like some states have found that have really tried to explore doing cost benefit analysis for things like grid modernization, such as California, who came to the conclusion that it was not reasonable to think that you could use a benefit cost analysis for most grid mod investments, particularly the core components. We also feel that using a best fit, reasonable cost approach is the best way. But it's really incumbent on the ability to have clear line of sight between those objectives of the state or customers have identified to those investments that are being proposed. And of course, there is no cost at no unlimited amount of money that's available. Obviously, you have to meet the affordability objective that every jurisdiction has and every utility has. So it's really a prioritization challenge then about if there's a given set of needs, what is the highest, the greatest needs, and how to go about thinking about prioritizing those investments within the amount of money that's available to support that. This is not an unusual thing, as you all know. Businesses operate with those sort of budget prioritization challenges every year, and utilities are no different to that. I think it was really just how to start to extend that conversation into a broader public domain, so that commissions and stakeholders can have much more of a discussion about what the priorities are in terms of where the investment may go, given a certain level of affordability that may be identified. In the benefit cost analysis area, really what we're suggesting here is something that I think many of us who've been involved in developing these business cases over the last decade or so have identified, which is often we tend to focus on the investment and then try to figure out the benefit cost. And what we're suggesting is that you need to start with what you're trying to accomplish in the case of, say, time varying rates or a utility program or a DER or NWA procurement, and then treat the investment on the grid as the cost to implement that program or that rate or the like. Often what happens is that rate or that program or that procurement is treated in a separate proceeding, and they get disconnected between the two. So the value of doing time varying rates is considered in one proceeding, yet the cost to implement that rate in terms of a grid investment will show up in another proceeding, and they get disconnected. And it's very difficult, as many of you know, to try and link two different proceedings in terms of the outcomes for each, particularly in a state where you may have different assigned commissioners or different assigned administrative law judges and procedural aspects as well. So this is an area that we've tried to have folks kind of think about. Customer self-supporting has been around for a long time. This is where, for example, if a customer wants something underground for beautification, they have to pay for it typically. Next slide, please. We talk about distribution resilience planning, and we only have a couple slides here on this, but I know you're all going to be talking much more about it throughout the afternoon. As Joe mentioned, really one of the things we've just started to really start to explore is this, how do we translate the threat assessments that a lot of folks do around the country? This illustration from Hawaiian Electric is just one example of many that are done. But in that context, how do we start to unpack that as we think about events and the kinds of impacts that will happen? Obviously, as many of you know, when you have an event on the distribution system, you're talking about things like poles breaking or transformers failing and fuses blowing or wire down and the like. Fundamentally, you've got that same sort of event at that component level or asset level, whether you're having a reliability event in the case of a car pole accident, for example, or when you have a major storm or a local storm or regional hurricane event, the scale of that breakage, those failures just expands considerably, and of course the economic and social impact becomes much greater, and obviously durations can extend well beyond the 24 hours that we typically assess for reliability metrics. So it's really a continuum from a planning standpoint to think about how to deal with the increasing scale and scope and impact of those kinds of events. But fundamentally, we're down to the fundamental sort of component dimensions when we think about some of the resilience considerations. Next slide, please. We touched on this previously, but one of the complexities, as Joe was touching on, is how to think about the inputs into the planning process. And this is getting really complicated. As we start to add these threat assessments and then look at how to translate those into planning objectives and criteria, which is not an entirely well understood process. There are several utilities using a bow tie method that can work pretty well. Those tend to focus on a unique set of threats. But then we have the challenge of trying to address then how does it fit with some of these other efforts like transportation electrification or other policies and standards. And of course, as we think about integrated resource planning integration and the role that those plans are increasingly looking at with respect to distributed energy resources, both ahead of the meter and behind the meter, how do those need to feed into the objectives and planning criteria? And in particular, how do we now take into account the fact that perhaps in some locales, we may have as much as 35% of the resources to meet overall energy adequacy coming from distributed resources, which means that the distribution system resilience takes on an even greater importance as part of meeting that overall system area's requirements. So these things are starting to get really confusing and complex. And part of what we've been trying to focus on here in the last 5 months is starting to peel these onions back and start to see where the threads might make sense. How do they link together? I know some of the discussions with the Smart Grid subcommittee, with Tom Bialik and folks, we've started to talk a little bit about this, but this is an area that we think is ripe for further exploration. Next slide. And I just basically touched on this, but there's really a need as we start to understand the overlapping dimensions to think about what then is the implication for potential future grid designs. This challenge is not just conceptual. Just a month and a half ago, PG&E was ordered by the Public Utility Commission in response to its preventative power shutdown proposal mitigation plan was ordered to consider for any of the mitigation measures they're looking at and any investments associated with that, I should say, needed to also consider any of these other blue sky requirements that the commission has. So not only are you trying to mitigate the power outage, but you're also supposed to, through that investment planning, try and address all the other needs that have been identified through California public policy and regulation. So as you can imagine, it's a fairly daunting challenge. Hawaii also has a similar kind of challenge ahead of them as well. Next slide. A few examples of some things that we've seen of late that we've been sharing with in a recent presentation with NARUC and NASIO and some folks, the Michigan PSC 2019 Integrated Distribution Planning Order that had a particular focus on resilience. The PG&E Wildfire Mitigation Plan is an interesting read, and one that I think for those who have been involved in the Superstorm Sandy and some of the hurricane in Texas and the Southeast will find some familiar themes in terms of how to mitigate those kinds of events. And these are very extensive programs, as you can imagine. And the challenge is how do you then integrate it into things like, the Excel 2019 plan that covers both, aging infrastructure replacement as well as the grid modernization and DER integration dimensions. And of course, in HECO's case, they're also trying to get to 100% renewable, and with 50% of that coming from distributed resource. So it gets to be quite complex as we start to look ahead about how these various sort of signposts are going to need to converge, as Joe said, over the coming decade. Thank you.
Yeah. Paul, thank you very much. Chris, I'm not sure how we're doing time-wise. Appreciate that, Paul. Do we have time for a question, or should we move on? What do you think?
We have time for, let's just do 2 clarifying questions. So I apologize, everyone, but I promise we will get to discussion. But we have time for 2 qualifying questions. So I'm going to call on Tom Bialik, and then I'm going to call on Mladen. Tom, you're up. Are you muted, Tom?
Hope this work now.
I hear you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah, I was listening to a different set of speakers. So Joe and Paul, thanks for the presentations. I think the question that I had, and it's sort of buried into one of your slides, Paul, the idea, particularly when you think about Hawaii and you think about Maui as an example, where sort of the policy drivers, if you will, actually sit there and ultimately impact some of the resilience issues without really a full appreciation of what occurs. For example, when Maui has had a number of blackouts because they've got the inertia in there, the local grid's really quite low, and disturbances based upon the inverter settings cause them all to trip offline. There's too much load, goes back on the generators, and then they go black. And that's arguably somewhat, there's a policy driver in there that I think people sort of gloss over of the role, what that means. And so I think it's really important as you guys think, as you move forward with this, that, the continuation of, much in common is a question, continuation of your information sharing with NASIO and NARUC, I think is really, really important in this conversation, because I think most people don't really appreciate the complexity of what you're really trying to propose.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I mean, we agree with that, and we didn't call it out on this slide, but one of the things we do touch on is that as we move forward in thinking about all those inputs into the planning process, that you could lay out at least a dozen threads in a place like Hawaii or California that today at low levels all are pursued on an equal basis, but at some point all those unique policy objectives have to converge. It's one of the discussions we're trying to, get folks to think about in the integrated resource planning as well as in this distribution planning from a comprehensive standpoint is that it's really important to understand as you look over the longer term, whether some of these policies can actually scale or they will, or so I think to your point, will they actually create conflicts with other policies? And we know that there are some already in a place like California where you're going to have inherent conflict between these policies. And so, when and how do we start that conversation, and how does the planning process maybe help facilitate that understanding of where these things may start to conflict?
You have Mladen?
Thank you. Hi, Paul. The fascinating, discussion. I have a fundamental, question. When we talk about integrated distribution planning, the connotation is, that there's an objective that is reliability, resilience objective, which is an engineering objective that is aiming at an optimal solution. And that's inherent to it because it just goes from original, many years back notion to the notion that propagates, irrespective of the fact that there are certain differences today. However, a lot of people are talking about a different notion, which instead of integrated uses the coordinated word, and instead of distribution talks about domains. There are not necessarily directly integrated technically, which leads to a different objective, which is risk-based analysis for resilience assessment, which implies a non-optimal solution. So you may have a solution that is not the best solution how to run things, but it is a realistic solution. Why? Because you have this uncertainty on the customer side. I mean, Clay was talking about human factors in the control sense for the transmission, but you have a human factor down at the ownership level at the DER. And that human factor, including individuals or aggregators, whoever they are, may behave in self-interest. And so how do you reconcile, this is the question, the notion of an integrated distribution, which means somehow all of this comes together in one assessment of reliability and outcome of resilience, versus coordinated risk-based concept that is not optimal, but it still holds everything together in a certain way?
Well, I'm not. It's not clear to me that those are opposing in terms of what could be achieved. What we're trying to do is achieve both in a sense. I think your point about the objective of the planning is a really good one, and I would say that what I've been hearing from commissions and stakeholders and utilities is really there may be a couple of dimensions. One is there's a need to address affordability, number one. That's kind of where we got started from, so that the set of distribution investments do not, while achieving a number of the different objectives, don't exceed what a particular jurisdiction or utility and customers view as rate increases that are that are outside what can be tolerated. It's probably not the best way of saying it, but so that's one objective on the affordability. Second is then how to address the resilience needs and reliability needs in a particular area, and that's sort of its own objective, similar to what you were describing. And the third is that if from an overall system standpoint, if this is where the integrated resource planning comes in, and the integrated dimension of that is that if integrated resource planning is looking at however they're viewing their set of objectives, that distributed resources are part of that mix, then the distribution system needs to understand that and be able to know and account for that in the plan. What you're describing is a natural tension that's happening, and part of the things that are going on in separate tracks that increasingly states realize that they need to have those converge in some basis. Now, How does that converge? Is it absolutely in some model? No, probably not. But that's what we are trying to explore, is how to take some of those risk-based analyses that you talk about on a coordinated basis with things that you might do on an integrated basis, and then how do those link together in a way that when you put together a distribution plan, investment plan, that you've considered it. Now, I will say that our premise, and you touched on this, but just to be clear, when we talk about distribution planning, I hope you took away from the cost effectiveness that we are not trying to do a cost benefit analysis on all this. And it's not trying to do the lowest cost outcome. It's based on trying to achieve the objective within a particular budget and prioritization that is largely going to be based on a risk-based analysis. So I think there's more on how you describe the coordinated approach and the analysis that you would look at as a set of solutions is going to be more of a driver from an engineering standpoint in terms of how we think about this planning process than how some folks may think about things like energy efficiency programs on a cost effectiveness, benefit cost basis.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
All right, this is Mike. Joe, if we can get through to the next presentation,
Yep.
We'll have a break right after that. So I'd like to hold the speaker to 20 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So our next speaker is Jeffrey Taft. Jeffrey Taft is the Chief Architect for Electric Grid Transformation at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory. He's been really evolving this. He's actually began the thinking around this, thinking specifically around large-scale architecture for grid modernization. We've been applying the principles of grid architecture, working closely with Jeffrey Taft in all of our integrated planning and grid modernization efforts with utilities and regulators. And that information is being applied within all our documents. So Jeff has been just a great, provided great input and consulting throughout all of our efforts. So Jeffrey, why don't you go ahead? Jeff is going to talk about energy storage as an embedded grid asset, as a core grid capability. Thanks, Joe.
There, how's that? Thank you, Joe.
I guess we're waiting for the slides.
What's going on?
All right. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead then. So as you may have seen in one of Paul's slides, grid architecture is kind of a strategic level activity that's a transition between the planning and design and implementation. So let's go to the next slide, because we're going to talk about energy storage from the perspective of grid architecture. And for those of you who have not had a chance to see what this is about, we use grid architecture as a methodology to think about the whole grid and all of its interactions and properties across the multiple structures of the grid simultaneously. And we focus a lot on structure because that in a sense sets essential bounds on the system. We think about components to some extent, but we treat them as black boxes, meaning we don't really care what's inside, so we're agnostic to the technologies involved. We use a lot of different methods from various fields that we have put together to apply to the grid, and people use this for a variety of purposes. Now you can see a number of them listed in the bullets there. I won't go through all of those, but the one marked in red is the one we're going to focus on for today, talking about structural properties and how to improve them. We're going to use a grid architecture view to how to use storage to do some of that stuff. So let's go to the next slide, please. When we think about architecture for the grid, we think about it kind of this way. We have a set of components, and remember, we treat them as black boxes They get combined together through structure, which is the set of relationships, connections, and so on that tie them together, and that forms a system, and it has a specific set of characteristics. We break those into two sets called qualities and properties. The difference is that qualities are what users see from the outside. Properties are what are seen from the inside by people who have to build and run the systems. So basically, our structures and components contribute to those properties. Structures give us mostly the intrinsic characteristics of the system, in this case, the grid. Components mostly give us the functional capabilities, and there's some crossover between them, but we focus a lot on the structures for the kinds of things we're interested in at a system level to consider. And in particular, two key characteristics that we are focusing on, that everybody's focusing on, I think, are resilience and operational flexibility. And our deficiencies in the grid in those areas can actually be traced back to a structural issue, and that is lack of internal system-wide buffering. Next slide, please. So it's a funny thing about the grid. We don't have much of this capability to do buffering, but in every other kind of complex system, we do this constantly. It's a very standard sort of thing to do. So in communication systems, for example, message packets typically arrive in bursts, but we like to play them back in smooth order. So for example, the video and audio that we're using here, you want that to play out smoothly so it doesn't seem choppy. In order to do that, we use a thing called a jitter buffer, and that matches up the volatility of the incoming packets with the smoothness we need on the output. So that's a very common thing in a lot of different systems. We use buffers all the time. In logistics, they're called warehouses. In water and gas systems, they're called tanks. And what they fundamentally do is decouple flow variation. So they deal with volatility and volatility mismatches. So if you think about buffering, it gives the system a kind of sponginess or springiness that makes it resilient inherently to a variety of different kinds of disturbances and perturbations. And our power grids typically lack that. One of the things that we need, therefore, is that the grid needs some shock absorbers. Next slide, please. So what's so unique about energy storage? The conventional view is it's kind of like a Swiss Army knife. You know, it can do lots of different things, so just flip out a different blade to do whatever you want to do. And that has led to thinking about storage in terms of value stacking, but it also runs into the problem of the, well, okay, but we can do that more cheaply some other way question, and so you end up peeling apart those functions. So largely it's used for a couple of things. Marginal point solutions is for improvement of, say, reliability, and as an ancillary services device, mostly for reliability functions again. And the thing about having a lot of different functions built into a single device like that is that we can show mathematically that's fundamentally anti-resilient. The view that we take, which is a systemic view, is that storage is a shock absorber. It gives us the ability to deal with volatility mismatches. And so we think of it that way, as decoupling power flow volatilities, and that improves our system characteristics immediately when we can do that. That means that we should think of it as a core grid component, very fundamental, just like a power transformer or a circuit breaker. That's how buffering of various kinds is thought about in other industries, as a core component. And it can be implemented in distributed forms, which are themselves very resilient. Next slide, please. So in order to do that, we have to have certain characteristics for these components. And again, remember, we're agnostic to the technology, so we don't care how the components work internally, but the things we need from it is that we, first of all, have it to be what we call reflexive. That means electric energy comes out of the grid and goes into storage and goes back from storage into the grid as electricity. There are other forms of storage that work differently. They have value on their own, but for the purpose we're talking about, we need that reflexive type operation. And it needs to be fast in both directions and about equally fast. So we call that symmetrical fast power flow in and out. We also have to be able to switch from in and to out very fast. So a storage device that could dump a lot of energy into the grid fast but takes a long time to recharge wouldn't meet our criteria. And one that takes a long time to switch over from input to output would also not either. So that tells us something about the characteristics, and any kind of storage that can meet that criteria is fine. So it doesn't really matter from my standpoint whether we're talking about lithium-ion batteries or hauling some rocks up the side of a hill. If it has those characteristics, then it's useful for the purpose we have in mind. Next slide, please. So how would we deploy this? The idea is to spread this storage throughout the grid. And in our recommendation, you locate them at the transmission distribution interface substations connected on the low side We wouldn't put them on generator buses, but then we would operate them collectively as a coordinated network of storage devices. And that provides the distributed flexibility, distributed sponginess, shock absorber capability that will improve inherently the grid's resilience and operational flexibility. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of different things you would then accomplish with that, and there are a half a dozen of them here. In the paper that we sent to you, there is a longer table, about 14 items, but I won't go through all these in detail, but I want to point out the last one there, manage the volatility exchange between bulk natural gas and electric generation systems. Natural gas systems would like to see a relatively constant flow rate, but of course our electric systems have peaking issues and so on. So in order to match them up, we have the opportunity to use the inherent storage capabilities in the gas system, plus the storage capabilities we could have in our electric power system if we embedded the storage the way I showed you, and jointly manage those to manage the volatility mismatch between gas and electric systems. That would result in a new kind of control system and opportunity that comes about by thinking about this whole system in terms of the structure of both systems and how they interact. Next slide, please. There are some operational requirements to be able to do this. We want the things to be, it must be possible to specify where they go and how much capability they have. You have to be able to control them quite directly. So we want them to be firm dispatchable. Of course, they have to be securable, as everything in the grid does. And they have to be what I call service assured. We have to be able to count on them being there, so they can't be there sort of at the whim of owners who may choose to participate or not participate at any given time, because the things that we're going to do with them are liable to arise on very short time scales. And we also don't want to have to go through multiple organizations to be able to operate them, because the cascading effect of multiple latencies can cause them to not be operable on the time scales that are necessary for some of the functions they would supply. Next slide, please. So in terms of control, there are a number of structures that you could consider for such a network of storage devices. The most obvious one that people would probably go to immediately is to think of the transmission system operator as controlling all of them directly, kind of almost in a hub and spoke arrangement. But there are other possibilities as well. So for example, if we move toward a DSO model for the way that distribution connects to transmission, and remembering Paul's comment about the distribution system starting to look like a generation tie point, these types of models for coordination between transmission and distribution are likely to become more common. You may find that you want to place the control of those devices at the DSO level as opposed to the transmission system operator level. And then finally, because we want to be resilient, we want to be able to handle things when the grid becomes fragmented during a large major event, we also need to have a backup mode in which these devices can operate in an autonomous, decentralized manner as well, and still preserve some amount of capability. Next slide, please. So to summarize, the work that we've done on this through the grid architecture work project suggests that we should think of energy storage as core infrastructure, not as an attached ancillary services device, and not as a sort of Band-Aid fix here and there for incremental improvements in reliability, which is how it seems to be treated quite a bit these days. We should think about it in terms of a systemic upgrade. So we want to do this across an entire regional system and deploy them as a large number of small units as opposed to a few giant units. We can show why that is a more effective way to do things, and we've done a number of simulation studies on how to do this sort of thing. Locate them at the transmission distribution interface substations on the low side, and as I mentioned, control them as groups of storage units, in other words, in a coordinated network fashion. And then the control then has to be fast and effective, and it needs to be tied to elements of grid state. So that points to having the control reside somewhere within grid operations as opposed to into some external third party. Next slide. So that's a basic concept that comes out of the work that we've done in thinking about the application of storage to overall system resilience, but it raises a couple of questions. And one of the ones that it raises, and this is something that I would like to get some feedback from the committee on, is considering that we have a tendency to look at things in a very incremental fashion in the industry now, and this is a large-scale systemic change, how do we go about getting that to be done across multiple jurisdictions? And how do we go about establishing some effective base of deployments to show people how well this works. I think those are two big open issues that were we able to resolve them would enable this to go forward, and those will provide very large-scale systemic improvements to resilience and to operational flexibility. So I'll stop there.
Jeffrey, thank you very much. That was great. Appreciate that. Chris, do we have time for a question or two?
Yes, you do. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, Mike. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So, Chris, what are we seeing as any questions coming up? Chris?
Yeah, I don't see any hands up.
Okay, so let me just go ahead. Let me just provide a little bit of context.
Hi, this is Matt. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Matt.
Hi. So Clay raised his hand, so we'll start with him.
Okay. You're up.
Go ahead, Clay. We cannot hear you right now. We cannot hear you, Clay.
I had some trouble getting mine to come off of mute in the beginning of my presentation, too.
Yeah.
Matt, who's the other?
After that, it's Bob Cummings and then Wanda.
Okay, let's go to Bob and then we'll come back to Clay.
Hi, Jeff and Joe. This is a great presentation, Jeffrey. I'm involved in the DER management systems, which is essentially writing a guideline for IEEE. And one of the things we're transitioning to is not only the world of a power system that's developing the storage, but also distributed energy resources at both the transmission and distribution level, and being so you have the TSO and the DSO having to talk to each other and utilize these facilities to the best of things. And one of the things that's come up is the concept, of course, of virtual power plants. And so we're in the process in the last few days of writing sort of the rules of the road for virtual power plants. Things like you can't be selling resources sitting in Florida to California. It just doesn't work, you know. But I like the part of your architecture about locating grid storage that's controlled by the utility at the T&D interfaces, because that can simplify if the utility is going to do the actual building of the facility and controlling the facility. That does create a good simplification. So I'm going to throw that on my heap of things to put in the document that we're writing. So it's, this is very well worthwhile thinking about this architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The implication of all of this is kind of an interesting question, too, that we didn't have time to go into. But if you want to reach out to me directly, I can point you to some of our work in that area as well.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Say, Mike, this is Clay. I think I got myself unmuted here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now I got to get myself back to my notes. So to speak to Joe, at the high level, to speak to Joe's, I think we're moving in the right direction as the EOC and the Department of Energy. From my perspective, we have the Energy Storage Subcommittee and we have the Smart Grid Subcommittee, and I think those are two critical pieces. And the intersection of those two, that buffering in the system that was just talked about, and then the controls and applications to move that flexibility through the system. The missing piece, and I think this has been alluded to by all the speakers, is the regulatory challenge. And to me, that's the third leg of the stool. And I think the EAC has started to, it is pushing this up the stack as we talk about the state and federal overlap. But In the earlier presentation, they talked about agile management, and an approach is only as agile as the least agile player. And unfortunately, in our world, that means government and governance, boards of directors, state, federal, local governments. This really came home during the pandemic as I was wearing my other hat as a mayor. But the reference to underground power lines is interesting, and I just want to plant a seed with the group here. We converted from overhead to underground power lines by policy. We said we're going to go do this to improve our system reliability. What we learned is that underground power lines has a broad suite of tools that we had never anticipated. Beyond life safety, beyond unbelievably improved system reliability, the power factor balancing, the voltage support, all these nuances. But the most important thing I want to communicate is that ultimately we installed underground power lines for less than the cost of installing overhead lines. I'm going to repeat that. We install underground power lines for less than the cost of overhead power lines. If you by policy decide that you're going to build a flexible grid and you don't have to do all the intensive engineering around traditional controls and large conductor size getting down to a smaller conductor size, if you take all that engineering and instead reapply those resources to saying, let's just install large size conductors everywhere, let's just build an architecture and not get too far into the weeds on the engineering, then maybe you can have a policy direction that can actually present, in some cases, a lower cost approach. And that's the whole point of agile project management and agility. By building in the flexibility, you actually, at the end of the day, end up with a lower cost approach. So that's what I wanted to share.
Yeah. Jeff, do you want to respond to that? I have a quick response as well.
I don't know if he needs a response from me. That was very well spoken. I will say that the architecture methods apply well at the strategic planning level, and there's a bi-directional sort of interaction with the objectives that you may set, as you described there. If you say, look, we are going to do a certain thing because it is a good thing to do systematically, then you can look at the structural issues, and that simplifies a lot of the downstream decisions. Just like you were saying about, you have to not worry about some of these engineering calculations for large wire to small wire and so on. You can do the same things with structure and say, we're going to set the structure this way. And then once you do that, the downstream decisions fit within that structural guideline. And it becomes a lot simpler to do a lot of these things if you get the structure right in the beginning.
Yeah, and you're making a really good point, because we were working, Paul and I and others were working and looking at the Puerto Rican grid, and they want to put a lot of DER in their system, but they're also interested in going from a 4 kV to a 13 kV system. And a lot of the technology they would have to deploy at a 4 kV, if they maintain the 4 kV, would be very complicated and complex to be able to manage all those DERs. Whereas if they actually created a system that had a larger capacity across the wires, they wouldn't have to worry about a lot of that management. And so you're bringing up a really good point. And the point with respect to planning starts leading to the question of how much centralized planning should we actually have to be able to deal with a lot of this? So to basically simplify what we really need to do downstream. I'll just stop there.
Next is Wanda.
All right. Hey, Jeffrey and Paul, you've really done some nice work in advancing these efforts. So I appreciate your presentations. A couple questions. Since you're back to back here, you have really raised the question of energy storage and the planning tools. I think, the planning process, we know that needs to evolve, but as we introduce a lot of dynamic nature here, not only with energy storage, but also DER, the tools are challenged. So, I'm curious, what your thoughts are on that. And the other one is the bridge of the planning tools into the real-time domain. The day-ahead forecasting and kind of that whole methodology that are likely going to be needed for DSO. How do you see that unfolding?
Well, from my standpoint with the architecture work, you know, a lot of the things that are done with storage now are sort of point solutions, and they take a lot of analysis to work them out. If you adopt a more general architectural strategy, a lot of that isn't so necessary because you now know I know where I'm going to place them, and I know there are fairly simple sizing rules to figure out how much you need and so on. So some of that can be simplified, but even so, the architecture methods that we use have not been integrated into planning tools and processes very much as yet. The places that are using them use the architecture work kind of almost as a discrete step that they have to work in there because the tools themselves don't do that. So I think that's one of the things that we need to think about in terms of adoption of the methodology in general. That would help considerably. So I'll stop there and see if Paul has any additional comments he wants to add to this because he knows much more about planning than I do. Is he still with us?
Paul?
Paul, are you there?
He may have had to depart. I don't see him on the list now. Oh, yes, he is. He's on there.
Well, maybe we should just move on at this point for the sake of time. Matt, are those all the questions?
We have two more from Jeff Morris and then Flora. And that's all.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's do this quickly, though.
Yeah, let's do these quickly. These two, and that's it. Thank you.
Hey there, Jeff Morris here. Jeffrey, I have a question about, this is anecdotal from California, but San Diego Gas and Electric, probably has digitized its circuits and distribution system more than anyone. And they had a filing at the California Energy Commission where they really showed the larger value for storage and everything on the circuit level below the substation. Mm-hmm. And I'm wondering, there's kind of a cart and horse question when it comes to your challenge question to how do you move the industry along. It seems like a lot of folks can't see the value on those circuits until they make the digitization investment up front, like SDG&E did. And I'm just wondering, is there other examples of that out there that you've seen? Because right now, because of that investment, they're the only ones that seem to have the clarity of that circuit level value, which is a locational value versus a capacity value on the overall distribution system.
Yeah, so a couple of comments about that. I've seen people do some things with storage. As I mentioned, they tend to be sort of point solutions. I know of one utility, and probably everybody has heard about this, that use storage actually to assist in black start, for example. And so you can actually point to that and say, this is what it does, and this is why it matters. But in general, as you know, distribution systems have not been what we'd say are well instrumented or highly observable in the past. And some of our other work has to do with observability of distribution systems and strategies for doing that, because without the ability to see and measure, it's very hard to know what good it actually did you, even though you may intuitively say, I know what good it's doing. If you place the storage, as we suggest, in the substation, then you probably have, in most cases, instrumentation that will help you there. But if it is more distributed than that and more localized than that, it can be quite hard unless you have the fundamental base. And that goes back to Paul's diagram that he showed that we did in the DSPX work that showed stuff that was core platform. And if you look at that, there's the electrical infrastructure, but not very far up there was sensing and measurement was one of the layers that we would say is fundamental. If you are going to do modernization, you need to think about that sensing and measurement and communications capability, because with all of these things, unless we can see and measure, it's very hard to control. And if we can't control, it's very hard to get the benefits we're trying to achieve. So I can't tell you that I think that that's widely done. I think there's a lot of work that remains to be done in just putting those fundamental layers in place so that these more advanced concepts can work. And without that observability piece, we have a lot of clever ideas for things you can do in distribution. It's hard to make them work, though, without the fundamental observability or direct visibility into the grid to know how to make them operate correctly.
Okay, do we have, is it Flora?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. First of all, as an economist, I get a little twitchy when people start saying, well, let's not worry about the benefits and the costs. Let's just go ahead and do this. But with that said, you make a good argument for thinking about things in that way. But I think that, you know, if you're thinking about a regulatory construct and you know, how these decisions get made, and I think as one of the other speakers said, you know, the boards of directors and the, you know, regulators, we have to think about putting forth a case that demonstrates the need and, you know, talks about the benefits, even if you can't quantify all of those. And, you know, you still need a compelling case because you're spending ratepayers' money and, you know, there's some rules and some fiduciary responsibilities around that.
Well, I think we all agree with that. And you might have heard Paul talking about affordability and the fact that that's always a constraint that has to be understood, and you can't violate that. So it's not that I think that we should just say, well, this is a good thing to do and full speed ahead no matter what it costs. It can't be like that. There's just no way for that to happen. But we have looked at some of the numbers, and, you know, sometimes when we show people the diagram that I showed that showed a lot of storage in various substations, their first thought is, oh, that would be way too expensive. And our initial analysis is that actually it's in line with other kinds of infrastructure investments that distribution utilities make, and not so far out that it would be inconceivable. So I think that the affordability requirement can be met, but I think you have to look at it. You have to be very explicit about it. You can't just wave your arms and say, well, don't worry about it. It'll all be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
And I'll just add to that quickly is that one of the things we're really trying to do in our integrated planning work, and Paul showed this, was that we're really trying to have regulators think about objectives. And once they've developed a set of objectives, then develop what the technology investment strategy is to actually achieve those objectives. And the logic embedded in that technology investment strategy and in that strategy being able to map back to the objectives is really one of the major planning paradigms that we're really, really trying to push. And of course, the technology investment strategy has to be, you know, it's constrained, but the logic really needs to be there. And I think that has to balance. Okay.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
This is Mike. Is it time to break?
It's not on the agenda, but if you folks really want to break, we can break. This might be a good time to do that. When would you want to?
So it would be a good time to break. Just have one break and break now till 2:30, and then we come back and power through the rest. Is that okay with everybody? Any objections? Put it that way. See you at 2:30 Eastern time.
Thank you.
Hey, Joe, I wanted to say I like the presentation so far.
Oh, do you? Okay, good. You know, it's so difficult to do this, and it's, you know, a lot of things that Paul, there's a lot of stuff we just don't have, I just felt like we didn't really have time to go over some things, and maybe we're being too long-winded and stuff. But you think it's coming across okay, huh?
Oh, I mean, I've been exposed to it, so it's not, I'm aware of what's going on, but I think it really does point out we had a whole gas to power conversation yesterday, and you sort of come back to the same things a lot of times. It's this whole, I think Jeff's idea, and and I know Bruce has talked about this, having storage being a necessary component that the utility should own, operate, and maintain is really important perspective, and that gets into this whole sort of state-federal coordination discussion, right?
Exactly.
And the need to educate the states and regulators that if you want to proceed down these policy paths, then you need flexibility, you need resiliency, you need things to be built, and who's the best organization to do that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we'll get back to it. We probably have to start, but part of our job is to educate the regulators and those decision makers on some of these paradigms, so we can move down some of these practical paths. So, thanks a lot for that, Tom. Appreciate that. So let me start.
Hey Joe, this is Mike.
Hey Mike.
Yeah,
I can see you.
One regulator said to me, "You're not educating, you're informing."
There you go. You're absolutely right. I should know better than to use that term.
Sometimes they know the issue, just have to structure or reframe it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. So I'll try to keep this more on track, Mike.
Yeah. Why don't you start with the next presentation?
Okay. Thanks a lot. So hello, this is Joe, and we're going to start again. And our next speaker is Daniel Steinberg, and Daniel is a senior researcher and manager of the Economics and Forecasting Group at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, with expertise in power system modeling, planning, energy policy design, impact analysis, and econometrics. Dan is going to be giving us a talk about an overview of how NREL is developing and applying modeling tools, giving the current transformation that's occurring in the power sector, and how to best apply those tools to be able to manage that transformation. So I'll hand it off to you, Dan.
All right, thanks.
Daniel,
you're okay?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you fine, and you're sharing your screen. Daniel, I'm going to give you the 2-minute warning at 2:45. I'm going to give you the 2-minute warning verbally.
Okay. So I got a little under 15 minutes. It should be fine. You all seeing my big version, not the presenter version?
Yep.
Assume that's yes. Okay, great. Right. So thanks for the opportunity to be here. Pleasure to speak with you all. Talk a little bit about how we're approaching this planning problem in the context of transforming system at NREL. I think these things were all largely covered, or at least touched on before, but I guess just to revisit them in this afternoon session, there's a number of key things ongoing in the power system that we have to think about when we're thinking about the transition from present day to some point in the future and ultimately making plans. First and foremost, probably, is the increasing share of variable renewable energy, distributed energy resources, storage, and overall lower level of synchronous generation capacity. And going along with this is, of course, the utility of utilities and system operators to manage these increasing levels of basically inverter-based technologies. This is being driven, as Joe pointed out, by the economics, by decreasing cost of technologies, increasing performance of technologies, but also by support at the federal, state, local levels, and even corporate support for some of these technologies. Number two is expanding electricity markets and evolving structures of those markets. So the amount of energy that is traded in markets is going up. The amount of capacity that's procured through markets is increasing, and so the impact of markets on the investment sort of world is increasing overall. And as those markets evolve, the incentives that they will ultimately create for investors will change, and so that's something that we really need to think about. Third is also been touched on, increasing customer adoption of distributed generation and storage. So this is everything from rooftop PV to distributed storage. And then the other piece that we're seeing is the self-provision of energy services by large customers. So these are the Googles and the Apples of the world going out and directly procuring PPAs for energy. Fourth, evolving electricity demand. And demand is changing due to electrification in end-use sectors, efficiency improvements, and of course, the ability to manage those resources with modern communications technologies, which is thus enabling larger demand-side participation, both in markets and non-market utility regions. And then finally, another piece which we've discussed sort of at length already today is the growing risk of system damage, either from natural causes or physical or cyber threats to the system. So all in all, this makes planning in the modern power system a pretty complex issue. There's a lot to kind of incorporate simultaneously. And so at the lab, the National Renewable Energy Lab, we're really working on tools to cover these different, to understand these different complexities, to integrate them, and then ultimately apply them. Questions that we're receiving at federal level from utilities, from states, and other stakeholders. So I thought I'd basically walk through sort of where are we at in terms of what's the current state of the art in terms of capturing all these different effects, and then get a little bit more into some of our more experimental work to develop new types of models or frameworks in order to tackle these issues. So the current state of the art, this is all stuff that you are all very familiar with. Ultimately, if we're looking at the transformation of the system, we need a really robust planning process. What does that look like? That means walking through all steps of, kind of an integrated resource plan on steroids. That starts with capacity expansion, modeling what investments do we need in order to meet load reliably while simultaneously meeting all policy objectives. So that's capacity expansion modeling. What are we investing in? Where are we putting it? What types of technologies, et cetera. Once we have a future system formulated, we need to check operationally, does it work? We then pass that system to a unit commitment dispatch model, and then we look at 8760 unit commitment dispatch. Perhaps we look at sub-hourly dispatch. That can really identify, do we have transmission congestion? What are the ramp rates looking like? Do we have all the bulk resources available in order to meet load reliably, or are we actually dropping load in some hours of the year, and therefore we need to think about adding additional investments? Once you've cycled there enough, you then want to look at probabilistic resource adequacy. And so this is really saying, given that there is some frequency of unexpected outages, there are failures in the system, do you have adequate resources on board to maintain load despite those outages? What's really the probability of not serving energy given the system makeup? If you're not meeting your acceptable threshold, then once again, you have to think about adding additional resources to the system. And then finally, once you've satisfied your investment decision-making, your dispatch decision-making, your resource adequacy, you really want to look at the physical operation of the system, AC power flow, to understand, is that system actually stable? Are you maintaining frequency and voltage stability under both normal conditions and then under transient conditions? So what does this look like at NREL? So we've basically compiled together sort of an integrated modeling and workflow in order to apply this process to systems. We use a number of both internally developed models as well as commercially available models. So starting on the far left, when we're thinking about capacity expansion, we're using the Regional Energy Deployment System. That's a open access, freely available continental scale zonal capacity expansion model. But we also operate a nodal utility scale capacity expansion model called the resource planning model. On the unit committed dispatch side, we've worked a lot with Plexos over the past 5 to 10 years. But we've also been hard at work on a new internal open source unit committed dispatch model, Power Systems FAL. Our resource adequacy model is called the probabilistic resource adequacy suite. It's another internally developed, what will soon to be open source model. And then finally, on the power flow side, we're using GE and Siemens products, PSLF and PSSE. All of this work is really focused on the bulk power system. When you want to integrate planning on the distribution side, things become a lot more complicated. And so to do this in a coordinated, integrated fashion, where you're providing feedback through each of these steps, it's very complex and requires management of huge amounts of data. This is actually a modeling and analysis and data flow that we've applied under our Los Angeles 100% renewable energy study, which we're partnered with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power on. So this is what we're actually implementing for that study. It's a big bear, and so I'll talk a little bit more about how we're sort of mitigating that going forward. The final point here, and this has come up, this question came up from Wanda earlier, about how are these planning models sort of dealing with some of the more complex phenomena associated with storage, associated with variable renewable energy. And the key is when you're looking at investments, these models need to really endogenize sort of the complex aspects of the increased deployment of these technologies. This is an example that looks at the capacity credit of storage. So we're looking at how the capacity credit of storage changes with PV penetration. And there's really some complex dynamics here where as you start to increase PV penetration, holding everything else constant, the capacity credit of storage actually decreases. This is a result of a peak flattening and widening of small penetrations of PV. But then you hit some point where you start shifting and narrowing that peak to a sufficient amount in the evening that 4-hour storage becomes much more impactful at meeting all hours of peak load, and therefore the capacity credit of in this case, a 4-hour storage asset begins to increase. And so what we're doing at the lab is spending a lot of time figuring out how to efficiently endogenize these within capacity expansion models, within dispatch models, to really capture all of these effects. These are complex, nonlinear effects, and so they're very hard to tackle within our classic linear programming or mixed imagery programming frameworks for optimization in the power sector. If you want to talk a little bit more about this stuff, we can. In the interest of time, I'll skip over this relatively quickly. This kind of notes some of our work in the renewable integration space, and you kind of see how we started off at lower penetrations of variable generation, slowly sort of ramped up that penetration as we sort of begin to understand what does it take to actually operate a system with these types of penetrations, all the way up to sort of the more modern studies where we're looking at upwards of 100%, both instantaneous and annual penetrations of renewable energy that might look more like 80+% of variable generation. The LA study. All right, so a little bit about where we're going. We heard about NARM earlier. I wanted to talk a little bit about an effort that we have ongoing at the lab called the Scalable Integrated Infrastructure Planning Framework, SIP framework. And the idea here is, I showed before, this relatively complex integrated workflow where we're using independently developed models and running them effectively in series to understand all aspects of the planning of a system, from investment all the way down to stability. The idea with SIP is to develop a framework within which you can develop all different types of models that are operating at different scales, both temporal and spatial scales, such that they're all utilizing the same data sources, they're all written with the same languages, and therefore linking them and either co-simulating the models or co-modeling with them, so you're either co-optimization, co-simulation, is a lot easier to actually execute. This allows us really to leverage some benefits associated with high-powered computing and parallelization and optimization. Another piece that's really important is representing markets. So all of our classic planning tools effectively take a perfect market approach. They assume there's perfect competition, there's perfect information across all entities involved in so another piece that we're working on currently is to develop frameworks that can really start to look at imperfect economic actors and how those actors actually impact the long-run investment pathway under different market structures. This is called the Electricity Markets and Investment Suite. And again, the idea here is to say, you know, we're still trying to tackle, it sounds like some folks are having issues with seeing the slide. But the idea on EMIS is that overall, we're still trying to tackle what is sort of the ideal market formulation. Is it an energy-only market? Is it an energy plus capacity? Is it energy plus capacity plus employee services? In order to really understand the efficiency of those different formulations, we actually have to represent how different investors or users of those markets actually behave. And so this is developing a new type of optimization, really simulation framework that does not require that perfect market assumption. So we can sort of deviate from that perfect market world and start to see how these different market types perform.
Hey, Daniel, sorry to interrupt. 2-minute warning.
Okay, thank you. And finally, we've also heard a lot about resilience. So we have some internal efforts, both trying to come up with a set of resiliency metrics. So what are the particular hazards or concerns that we have in the resiliency space? How do we quantify those? And ultimately, how do we actually change our investment models or operational models to represent the need for additional investments or different types of operations in order to increase and meet the resilience requirements? So this is a very challenging thing because there are a lot of different types of threats or hazards that we may want to examine with respect to resiliency. And so it's quite an undertaking to figure out how to do this. So we've really started looking at just power system planning models as well as power system operation models and experimented with different ways to capture different types of resiliency concerns. So it's quick, but I'll wrap up here. So effectively, the current state of the art is operating an integrated model workflow to capture a range of economic and physical phenomena at multiple spatial and temporal scales. We want to understand the implications of getting to very high variable generation, lots of storage, whatever it is. That requires understanding the investment timeframes, dispatch timeframes, as well as understanding down to the sub-second, millisecond timeframes over which power flow is or monitored. What's next? Certainly continued improvement of our existing modeling suite. So this is not just in the capacity expansion production cost modeling world, but also in the resource adequacy modeling world, as well as in the AC power flow world. Parameterizing an AC power flow model like PSLF to solve with 80% penetration of inverter-based technologies is very challenging, and many of my colleagues can speak to that to extreme detail, but it's a huge push for us right now. Developing integrated frameworks for energy models to enable really robust interactions to capture feedbacks between those models and to better leverage computational methods is key, and that's the SIP framework that we're working on. Building models that are effectively allowed to fail, so allowed to procure not enough resources because you have imperfect actors that are making decisions in the context of risk and uncertainty. And then finally, two that I didn't really talk about, but we also have efforts on our integrated bulk and distribution system planning, and then finally, this optimization under uncertainty. So I'll stop there. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Daniel. It was really interesting to see how your tool set there. And I'm wondering whether there are any questions. Matt,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was going to say, so we're going to take 2 follow-up questions in the interest of time. If you have questions, please raise your hand. Rick Moroz.
Yeah, thanks. You know what? I might hold this question because I think it probably goes to enough presenters. I'll hold it till the end.
Okay. Jeff Morris. Actually, I'm sorry, Darlene.
Hi, thank you for that. Daniel, just really quickly, as we're thinking about what we call our Model Vision 2025 at PG&E, I'm thinking about modeling across the organization and how to do that better. I see the various tools that you have outlined that you utilize. How are you making the translation between the various types of models you may use for the various analyses that you spoke about?
Yeah, so this is hard, and in practice, it's both a technical problem and a human problem. You know, as you know, at PG&E, but even labs, we have different teams that operate different types of models, and so it's both the human problem of getting them to talk to one another and make sure they're communicating everything that they possibly need to make those handoffs fluid. You know, to mitigate a lot of that, we've been setting up actually automated tools to go from one type of model to another. So for instance, the handoff from capacity expansion to production cost modeling is it's basically entirely automated for us at this point. Going from production costs to resource adequacy also makes it effectively perfectly automated. Going from production costs to AC power flow is not. And that's still, there's a lot of humans in the loop there. And so I guess as a recommendation, it's to try to automate that as best as possible to the extent that you can make those teams work together. And I think
I love it about this offline if we have an opportunity.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I'd love to.
Okay. Are those all the questions, Chris? Or Matt?
Hello, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Sorry, I was having technical difficulty. Jeff Morris had his hand up.
Old hand, Chris. Sorry.
Okay. I'm not seeing. Oh, Wanda has her hand up.
The leftover.
All right, then we're cooking. No, that's it for now. Thank you so much, Daniel. I appreciate your flexibility.
Sure.
Yeah. Daniel, thank you very, very much. Appreciated that. You've got a complex tool set. One of these days we'll have to maybe we can see exactly where you've applied it because it's pretty robust. But that's for another day. So really appreciate your time. The next talk is going to be presented by 2 speakers. Peter Larson is a group leader in the Electricity Markets and Policy Group at Mott's Berkeley National Lab. And Juan Pablo Carvalho is a senior engineering associate within the same group at LBNL. They will be, they have provided for our office and other offices in DOE technical assistance to the western part of the country, the stakeholders there, including WEC and WEEB and other associations that are overseeing the power grid and the Western Interconnect. And the technical assistance is focused on looking at resource adequacy and planning. And they're going to be talking about, in the work that they've done over the various, during the last several years, they're going to be talking about the issues and challenges they've seen with regard to understanding resource requirements and resource adequacy, given the changing resource mix they're seeing in the West. So Peter and Juan, it's yours.
Thanks, Joe. So again, I'm Pete Larson. I'm a deputy group leader in the electricity and markets Electricity Markets and Policy Department at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. So Berkeley Lab has been working on IRP, or Integrated Resource Planning related issues, for more than 35 years, since the mid-1980s. Most of our work has been focused out in the Western Interconnection. And so we're going to be speaking exclusively, well, the vast majority of our work has been in the Western Interconnection. So I'm going to be speaking pretty much on Western U.S. type issues here, but some of the issues that we've discovered out West are certainly applicable to folks out in the Eastern Interconnection or other places. Two of the key partners, and Joe just mentioned these, that we've worked with for some time are the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, WEC, and then a very close partner, the Western Interstate Energy Board. And we provide direct TA to these organizations. We give them data. We answer questions that they might have about what utilities are thinking about for the future. And then oftentimes we publish papers and we develop tools, and I'll be showing one of those tools in a second. Next slide, please. So I've been with the lab 11, 12 years or so, and so over my tenure, we've been focusing on pretty much 5 research questions. And the first one is really, how are these utilities reporting and disseminating their long-term planning assumptions? And of course, just because you're planning for a future resource, whether it's a new combined cycle combustion turbine or a new utility scale solar plant, whatever, doesn't mean that you actually go out and procure it. And so a lot of our work in the past couple of years has been exploring how these long-term planning assumptions actually compare to outcomes, and that includes load forecasts as well. One of the things that's shown up quite recently, and I think everybody on this call is well aware of this issue, we call it internally we call it the musical chairs problem. We were starting to ask ourselves whether there was an over-reliance on wholesale market transactions. We started looking at these IRPs and seeing, trends where, utilities were essentially indicating front office transactions 5-10 years from now, and we wanted to know, are those resources actually going to materialize in the future? There are also big issues, obviously, with coordinating the dispatch and operation of distributed energy resources and how those relate to planning. So we've been starting to explore the economic value of becoming a little bit more efficient and centrally coordinating some of those types of resources. And then the big push that we've been working on over the past, several months is really starting to identify how planning needs to change when we consider Western resource adequacy. Next slide, please. So this is a kind of a interesting, different looking graphic, but this is from a paper from four years or so ago. We went out and looked at a bunch of IRPs. These columns here are different load serving entities, and there are 38 utilities essentially that we went out and looked for long-term planning assumptions, and we collected the assumptions through IRPs, through supplemental surveys, and so forth. And the dots represent whether there was actual data related to something in the IRP. And so this second sort of set of dots labeled load, energy, and DSM forecast data availability shows how, most utilities report loads and energy and future load in their IRPs. That makes a lot of sense. That's a foundational issue in an IRP. But not so many report demand response. That's the sort of 6th row in the second graphic there. Down at the bottom is really fascinating. For all the talk of building transmission and fuel pipelines and implementing energy storage systems, there was little or no information at the time. This is, again, 4 or 5 years ago, so this has changed a bit, but there's little or no information reported in these long-term plans. We only found one plan out of 38 representing 90% of the WEC load. One plan 4 years ago mentioned storage. This is the type of research we do. Next slide. I always say, in all the graphics I've made in my careers, this is top 5 in terms of level of effort. It took approximately 1.5 to 2 years to make this. It's very complicated, but it contains a wealth of information. It's essentially those same 38 utilities across the columns, And then down the rows are different risk categories that utilities think about and report about in their IRPs or long-term plans. And we were able to basically review the plans and determine, well, what level of detail were they exploring, in terms of load forecast uncertainty or natural gas price uncertainty? Were they conducting scenario, sensitivity analysis, or probabilistic analysis? And it turns out, if you look at this graphic, at the time, natural gas price sensitivity was the one of the top issues that utilities were concerned about in their long-term plans. Load is certainly always up there. And then at the time, and this may have dropped off a bit, but was, environmental compliance and regulations, including greenhouse gas, the possibility of either a national or regional greenhouse gas emissions program. Next slide. And so one of the things we decided very early on, and the Office of Electricity has been very supportive of this work, is to build a tool to collect long-term planning assumptions in a common format. And we call it the Resource Planning Portal, resourceplanning.lbl.gov. And we've been able to collect long-term planning assumptions from over 130 IRPs filed by 45 utilities. And it's a pretty powerful little tool. We've been, basically telling people about it through word of mouth. We haven't really broadcast a lot, but there's a lot of users now, and we collect these assumptions, and users are able to output those assumptions in a common format and use them for their own purposes. And so we see regulatory staff and utilities, checking in on what their neighbors are doing in terms of, planned future generation and retirements of different facilities and so forth. So now I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, JP Carvalho, to finish up the presentation.
Thanks, Pete. Next slide, please. Thanks. So I'm going to quickly present a few results from research and those early research questions that Pete shared in the presentation. So this is our first paper where we did a retrospective analysis of long-term load forecasts for 12 U.S. electric utilities in the West who developed plans from the early 2000s until about 2014. And the graphic you're seeing in this slide shows actual energy consumption in black and subsequent forecasts for several IRPs and over time in different colors. And what we found is that there is a general trend to overestimate both energy consumption and peak demand growth as observed in the graphic. One of the key reasons this was happening was that most of the utilities were using assumptions and methods that rely too much in older information and were not able to capture the most recent information. And this particular period included the recession of 2008, and it was evident that some utilities were able to react to those information about consumption reduction much more than others. We also found that the complexity of forecast methods and the accuracy of this forecast were not really correlated. We didn't find that particularly complex forecasting methods lead to more accurate forecasts, at least at this level. And we also found that sensitivity and risk analysis of load growth and its implication for capacity expansions were not well integrated with subsequent implementation. This meant that there was a fair amount of work on sensitivity on load growth, but it wasn't clear how this was traveling into actual implementation. And this is actually what we explored in our next project. So in the next slide, this project was answering a very basic question. How do planning assumptions compare to actual procurement decisions? And this was framed early on in IRP research by Eric Hurst and his group at Oak Ridge National Lab, where they posed this fundamental question: the way to assess, or one key way to assess resource planning success or achievement is by comparing it to procurement. In this particular chart, you are seeing the plan and actual outcome for a single utility in the West. And it's pretty evident that there was a wide variation between what was originally planned and what the procurement that ensued in the following 10 years after this plan was filed.
Hey, Smile.
In general,
give me one moment. I'm actually on a call.
Oh, someone could go on mute, please.
Please be on mute if you are not talking. We're happy that you're on a call, but please mute yourself.
Can we go back one slide, Chris? Thank you. I was just making the point that the difference that you see in this particular utility was really coming across a number of them in the West, differences in timing level and types of resource acquisition. We did find by inspecting the regulatory record that ultimately very limited amount of information from the planning process was actually used in the procurement process. Procurement relied significantly more on the most recent information. This was required by regulators, and this was also complied with by utilities. So this kind of cast a little bit of a doubt on exactly how planning was being useful for procurement applications, at least from a least cost sort of portfolio perspective. Next slide, please. As Pete mentioned, we, in analyzing this resource planning and procurement trends, we realized that there was some interesting trends going on with market purchases. So we developed another project specifically focused on tracking market transactions in utilities and then their use in IRP. In this slide that you're seeing right here, there's a single result that shows how IRPs are relying on short and long-term market purchases as part of their portfolios. And we divided this in older IRPs to the left and the most recent IRPs available to the right to show how things have been changing. What we found is that in recent IRPs are relying much more on long-term purchases for the earlier years of the forecast. And they're relying significantly more on short-term purchases in later years of the forecast compared to IRPs that were developed in the early 2000s. So there's still an open question whether the expected firm capacity that is implicit in this forecast will materialize or not. And in the next slide, we, using the platform that we had developed, we tracked trends in market transactions, in this case, market purchases, and we divided it by type of utility, either a G&T co-op, an IOU, or a muni, or a distribution co-op, and split it by whether they had a balancing area obligation or not. And these reveal an interesting result. It suggested that the resource adequacy obligations may drive preferences for asset ownership, maybe in addition to or even more so than a profit incentive. This is evident from the fact that balancing area utilities all have a very similar sort of ceiling of not purchasing more than a roughly 40% and hence owning about 60% of their production. And we believe that this made a lot of sense, but also revealed that there's reasons behind profit incentives to own assets. And we verified this also by talking with system operators that revealed that for them there was a significant difference between owned assets and purchased assets or market purchases in terms of meeting their hour-to-hour load obligations. And they revealed a disconnection between the assumptions that IRP makes in terms of how these resources are used and what they live in a day-to-day basis. Next slide, please. We moved in from these three papers that have done a lot of regulatory institutional type of work, and we bridged into modeling work, and to study the emerging issue of distributed energy resources and integrated resource planning. As you know, distributed energy resources of DER have been almost exclusively deployed and operated, and they're a decentralized decision-making process. This is, customers making their own private decisions about to deploy rooftop solar or maybe more recently battery storage behind the meter. In this paper, we modeled the evolution of a power system with a centrally or integrated planning of a utility scale generation, transmission, distribution, and distributed resources. We adapt a capacity expansion model that is able to represent both joint expansion decisions throughout the value chain, and we adapt this model to be able to run as a single centralized sort of vertically integrated utility or a utility that has no capacity to decide on the behind-the-meter decisions, but is able to respond to those through investments in distribution, transmission, and generation infrastructure, which is the current case. So in this particular graphic here, to the left, you see that ideal centralized solution. And to the right, you see the differences that different types of rate structures and rate levels have in terms of the investment outcomes of this whole model. And what we found is that integrated decision making would deploy substantially more utility scale solar as opposed to distributed solar, and will also deploy more distributed storage as opposed to centralized storage compared to this decentralized decision making paradigm. And the next slide, please. By calculating the costs implicit in each one of these scenarios, we estimated that a integrated planning approach could save between 7 to 37% of total system costs over a 15-year time horizon using a Western United States utility as a case study and based of different types of rates that the consumers were subject to and potentially making their decisions based on. And with this, we demonstrate how a utility could largely overcome the complications of decentralized distributed resource decision-making by incentivizing regulators to develop electricity rates that are more closely reflective of time and location-specific long-run marginal costs. And this is something that many economists have been saying for a while, that the closer we can get utility customer rates to represent the hourly and the locational marginal costs, the better, the more sort of efficient the decisions would be, both by customers and utilities. And we're showing with this modeling that that's actually true. In the next slide, I'm going to move into our most current work, where we're exploring, going back a little bit into the institutional track of our analysis, exploring how utility planning needs to change to be integrated with regional resource adequacy assessments. There's, in the West, a need for a regional resource adequacy process, but there are doubts on how these process would relate to existing resource planning, jurisdictional state level resource planning rules and processes. So we're going to investigate how these two should interact, partnering with WEAB and with UT Austin. Next slide, please. And I'm going to share.
Juan Pablo, sorry to interrupt. We got about a minute left in your presentation.
Perfect. I have just 2 quick slides where I'm going to share what we're up to in terms of future research. One of them is assessing if we can use a resource planning portal that Pete shared to be used as a resource adequacy tool, resource adequacy assessment tool. We're also interested in exploring how to incorporate resilience in resource planning methods. This currently is not generally incorporated. And next slide, please. Thanks, Chris. We want to keep exploring how DERs can contribute to reliability and resilience. We've done a little bit of work with this with technical assistance to the state of Indiana, but we want to deepen the methods and regulatory and policy applications. And finally, we're also interested in how to keep incorporating and recognizing DER integration with bulk system planning, much more from an institutional and policy perspective. And I think that's it. Next slide, just to make sure that I don't. Yes, this is our references in case you want to read our papers, and thanks so much for your attention today.
Wow. Pete and Juan Pablo, thank you very much. That was really interesting. It's good. The work that you're doing out west is really important, and there's a lot to be learned from that, and obviously a lot that still needs to take place. Chris and Matt, are there questions?
If you have a question, please show your hand. We're going to take 1 to 2 clarifiers, and then we will move on to Johanna and Samir's. I'm only seeing 1 hand in the participants box right now, and that is Flora Flicht. Flora. The floor is yours. Oh, that was a terrible joke. I'm sorry.
That was a good joke, Chris.
I like that.
Do you keep those jokes in a database?
I have a 1 terabyte drive of all terrible jokes just ready to go.
Is it a terabyte or terrible bite?
A terrible bite. Ooh, Kimberly Denbo with the fire. Look at that.
You're the pun master. I'll be the pun mistress. There we go.
Ooh.
Sorry.
So Flora, you're good to go. I unmuted you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. First of all, I want to thank all of the presenters that we've heard so far today, because this has been excellent information, I think. And I had a quick question for Juan Pablo. Did you investigate at all why the planning sort of indicators of what was needed were so different from what the ultimately was procured? Did you look at that question at all?
Yes. Within the complexities of how things change, we did find that, for example, in utilities that had larger industrial customers, that they tended to have more divergence in their procurement, because some of these customers may drop sometimes or move away, or the bigger impact on load that those industrial customers would have would make decisions shift over time. There were, in general, we didn't see this as a problem in the sense that some utilities reported that they were able to tap into sort of last-minute opportunities. Like one utility was able to tap into a very cost-effective PPA that they signed that they hadn't planned for, but it showed up as an option, and they tapped it, and the regulators approved it. So there were very idiosyncratic, I would say, reasons that would justify these departures. Some of them were regulatory. Some utilities saw our RPSs be passed or increased over the time, so the plans did not really reflect those new RPS targets. So there wasn't really a specific reason. There was a sense of that the flexibility of IRP was good in terms of being able to adapt. So that was kind of the positive side of this, is that if you had stuck to the plan, you would have ended with a possibly less cost-effective result. That's kind of one way to put it. But it's very idiosyncratic, at least in the analysis we found.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan Pablo. I'm not seeing any other. Questions, hands raised right now. So let's move on to.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. No, I appreciate that. So let's do that. So I would like to, for our last session, I'd like to introduce Johanna Zetterberg, who is a DOE program manager and a co-worker of mine and Chris's and Matt's. And she actually supports two offices. One is the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, as well as the Office of Electricity. She has led numerous DOE efforts, including the State and Local Energy Efficiency Action Network, SEAction, and she's overseeing a project we're going to be talking about today in her session, which is a comprehensive energy planning task force effort, which is a NASIO-NARUC effort, and involves 16 states. So we'll be getting into that. And she's beginning to lead resilience efforts, including efforts on defense critical energy infrastructure for the Office of Electricity. She'll be joined by Samir Sukar, who was within the Distributed Grid Strategy Group at ICF. Samir has been focusing on evaluating the impact of distributed energy resources on utility business models and planning processes. He's worked with numerous utilities across the country, and he also supports DOE in addition to, with respect to, in many areas, including this comprehensive task force. They will be talking about the NASIO-NARUC Comprehensive Energy Task Force. And Samir will also be talking about where the current state is with respect to planning tools and analyses that support planning processes, particularly that would support integrated planning processes across the integrated resource distribution and transmission system spaces. These are things that we're learning about recently, and utilities are actually starting to tackle that kind of integrated, coordinated planning as well. With that, Johanna, would you like to begin?
Thank you, Joe. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. And Samir, are you here? Hello, Samir. How are you today?
Good. Yep, I'm here.
Great. Okay. So as Joe was just mentioning, Samir and I look forward to telling you today about an innovative effort which the Office of Electricity, actually go back to the previous slide, please, is supporting right now. And this is a forum for the development of state-led pathways toward a more resilient, efficient, and affordable grid. And as Joe was saying, it is a collaboration and is led by the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, NARUC, and the National Association of State Energy Officials, NASIO, in the form of a joint task force. And the members of that task force are also members of both NARUC and NASIO. If you know NARUC, I'll mention that the group that we're working with there is the Center for Partnerships and Innovation, CPI, led by Danielle Sass-Burnett. So Samir and I are both on a core staff team that is supporting the design and execution of this whole effort with NARUC and NASIO. So first, I will provide you an overview of the objectives of this effort and how it's structured, and then Samir is going to share some insights from his role working directly with a group of states within the task force, as well as his capacity as a highly respected industry expert and subject matter expert. Okay, next slide, please, Matt. So the motivation for the task force came from drivers that we're all familiar with that are putting increased demands on what we need and expect out of the electricity system. Those flip chart sheets on the right there are actually work coming out of a charrette exercise that we did with the task force. You are all very familiar with these types of key trends that are driving the need for change and the need to adapt and respond and manage and really get ahead of impacts coming from these drivers. But also, you know, with annual capital expenditures of about $130 billion on behalf of customers now, there's a lot of interest in considering how those investments can provide value in multiple ways and can help overcome increasing system complexity that we're beginning to really see, and also how to avoid unnecessary costs associated with operating the grid. And so these considerations really require, I think, a next level of collaboration and innovative thinking, which is the challenge ahead of us. Next slide, please. So the task force is taking a electricity system-wide view when looking at those key drivers and need for change, and specifically asking, you know, some really important questions like, you know, acknowledging that investment decisions now need to account for the quantity and location and capabilities and load shapes of resources added to the distribution system. How does what's happening on the distribution system affect the amount and type of central station generation needed to ultimately balance supply and demand as best we can? And what is the impact on the transmission system when a meaningful scale of DERs starts to come into view? So the idea is really to bring state-level planning processes into a single frame of reference to start to improve our understanding of these types of interactions and see how they could be aligned better to serve objectives such as increasing visibility across the system, optimizing resources, and improving reliability and resilience. Next slide. So in reaction to these needs, the task force was launched in late 2018, and it is led by 2 NARUC members and 2 NASIO members. So it's under the leadership right now of Chair Jeff Ackerman from the Colorado PUC, the Executive Director of the Indiana Office of Energy Development and Chief Energy Advisor to Governor Holcomb, Jennifer Richardson, Commissioner Andrew McAllister from the California Energy Commission, which is actually a state energy office, even though it has the word commission in its title, if you're not familiar with California's idiosyncrasies. And then Commissioner Beth Trombold from the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio. And so the purpose of this task force is to support innovation, to develop new ways to align electricity planning processes across the system. And I know we had some discussion earlier about sort of alignment versus integration. So I did use the word align because integration may not be desired or may be too heavy a lift, but certainly alignment is possible. And I'll tell you in a few moments how this effort is designed to do this in a rather unique way. I also want to mention the emphasis here on supporting action to make sure that the industry and our community really reaps the greatest benefit out of this whole effort. Next slide, please. So the 15 states that are participating in this task force are highlighted here in yellow, and you'll note that they do include Hawaii and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Each state that's participating in the task force is doing so with participation from both the state's utility commission and the state's energy office, and these participants include key staff supporting commissioners and energy office directors. There is also one state that has included their consumer advocate, and we'll get to that a little bit later. That was what they brought to the table, which is fantastic. And so NARUC and NASIO ran an application process to determine membership in the task force, which was primarily based on ensuring a diversity of geography, market models, planning approaches, and state objectives, and bandwidth to engage in a meaningful way, and readiness to take action at the conclusion of the effort, and ensuring the requirement that both the PUC and the State Energy Office were officially on board and able to participate. I'll note that we did get a few additional applications to the list of states here that ultimately is participating. Unfortunately, those applications were incomplete, and so they were not able to participate, but we are looking for ways to involve and engage them as we move forward for the second half of this effort. Next slide, please. So based on the dimensions of diversity that I just described that make up the task force member states, in doing the work of the task force, we've organized the states into teams which we call cohorts. And so this is the primary way that states, show up to do the work in the task force, which is not as their true individual state selves, but as this team. And each cohort team represents a fictitious state. And this is an important point because by working as part of a team representing a hypothetical state, which has similar characteristics to the real state participants in each cohort, the task force members are enabled to think in a more collaborative, creative, and imaginative way than real-world constraints would allow. And this makes for very productive engagement. So I'll give you an example of how this all comes together. Let's take the state of Silver, which is the cohort that Samir facilitates as an example. So the state of Silver is made up of State Energy Office and PUC folks from 3 real states, but the imagined state of Silver has a persona, and it is described here on the bottom as a coastal state vulnerable to weather-related disasters, and it is experiencing flat to declining load. And also within the state of Silver, utilities are vertically integrated, and the state is outside the footprint of any organized markets. Also in the state of Silver, integrated resource planning is done, and distribution system planning is done. So that is the construct within which the states have been coming to the task force to do the work of the task force. I hope you're all tracking with me. I know this is a little bit complicated, but I have a lot of faith in you. So I will keep going here. Next slide, please. So what I'm showing you here is an illustrative example of a primary tool that we are using to do the work of the task force. We affectionately call this a process map. And so let me just walk you through what you're seeing here. So the blue boxes, sort of in the top to middle of the slide, represent steps in a distribution system planning process. The orange boxes below represent steps in an IRP process. The purple boxes are opportunities that a cohort has identified for these two planning processes to be linked or aligned. So for example, the purple box on the left, I don't know if you can zoom into your screen and see it, it's identified as box 13, but this purple box on the left shows the use of common load forecast assumptions that can inform both the distribution plan and the IRP, and in that way is aligning them to a greater extent than they otherwise would be without that common link. The green boxes show planning process steps where the cohort has decided that stakeholder input would be very valuable. And so this is another way that these disparate planning processes can be linked. Now you'll also see on the right-hand side this rainbow legend of building blocks of planning. I should mention here that Lorenzo Christoph, formerly of CAISO, some of you may know him, he's a part of our team and he helped us develop this building blocks of planning concept here, which really just describes general common planning steps that may or may not occur in linear order or may have multiple sub-steps. And so for clarity and to enable comparisons across the 5 process maps that were developed by each of the task force cohort teams, we added these building block outline borders. So you'll see, for example, in the upper leftmost blue box of the distribution system planning process, there's a red border around that, which signifies that that step is to establish planning assumptions for that planning process. And so we added these building block outline borders to each of these planning steps. And this is very helpful to further organize a forest level view of the planning processes and identify opportunities to link or align them. So as another example, the orange boxes, I'm sorry, now I'm confusing myself. The orange outlines, which you see at roughly the second planning step box of both planning processes, is the common building block of developing load forecasts. And of course, for the distribution system plan, that would be done at the feeder level, whereas in the IRP, that's done at the system level. But that just sort of helps track opportunities to think about ways that these planning processes can be aligned. I want to pause here and see if Samir wants to add anything to my description of the process map.
No, that was great.
Okay. Next slide, please. So now that you all understand the task force vocabulary of cohorts and process maps, I'm going to zoom out to give you the big picture work plan of this effort. So the 50 or so member task force is meeting over 2 years in person for a total of three-day facilitated work sessions. There are 4 of those, 4 workshops. And our first workshop took place in April of last year in Denver. And at that first workshop, the cohorts created their first draft of a process map each which depicted the status quo of unaligned planning efforts. And then they started to move boxes around and cut up the paper we gave them. They got very creative and very hands-on, and they started to identify some changes that could be made to bring siloed processes into greater alignment. Our second workshop followed 6 months later in Columbus, Ohio. That was last October. And the task force invited around 60 subject matter experts and stakeholders to join them in Columbus to offer deep technical expertise and experience-based insights to further ground and advance the effort. And these invited guests included utility engineers, people from RTOs, DER developers, additional consumer advocates, modeling experts, and analytical tool experts, and others. And we received a lot of very valuable feedback from those invited guests, and the cohorts have continued to convene virtually since October to do further work to refine their process maps based on the feedback that they got. So as I mentioned, we're halfway through the effort. We still have 2 more workshops to go. We've had to adjust our schedule due to the coronavirus, of course. The third workshop will consider what it takes to operationalize the planning changes that are contemplated in the final versions of the process maps. And so task force members have voiced a very strong request to engage with utility planning experts on that stage of the effort. And so the core staff team has been working closely with EEI and EPRI and NRECA to identify individuals from those organizations, members, who can provide candid and constructive feedback to the effort and share their own innovative utility practices that they have been able to undertake to connect or align planning processes within their footprints. The fourth and final workshop will be dedicated to supporting task force members thinking through how they would like to apply the insights that they have gained through participation in the task force to their own real individual states after the task force effort has concluded. So we're equipping them with materials and resources to figure out how they want to move forward and begin to apply some of the insights that they've gained through this effort. Next slide, please. This is my final slide, and then I'll turn it over to Samir. So as I was just mentioning at the end of this effort, we will be making some resources available publicly, actually. So we'll be making available cohort roadmaps and a blueprint for action. Both of these will help states that didn't participate, so states 16 plus, to benefit from the work that was done over the course of the 2 years with the participating states and implement whatever innovations they might find applicable and useful to them. You see here under the cohort roadmaps item, we have existing guidance, resources, and examples that can support the types of alignment steps that the states are identifying now. And these can offer proof points or points of evidence for how some of these new approaches could work. And the exercise actually of putting these together has been very revealing in terms of areas that represent true innovations and gaps in existing materials. And we anticipate that these gaps will offer important insights into potential research priorities for OE to consider moving forward. And then finally, the states will develop their own action plans, as I mentioned, and really own and drive those forward. And that will be very exciting to watch those unfold. And now I will turn it over to Samir to tell you a bit more about the specific alignment opportunities that the states are identifying.
Perfect. Thanks, Johanna. Really glad to be here. Chris, Mike, how much time do we have left? When should I target?
Well, yeah. So, sorry, Samir. There's 30 minutes total for your presentation. We've gone through about 20 already. So if you go for another 10, then sorry, man. Just go for another 10, and then we'll we'll go into the discussion.
Great. So I'm going to describe some of the insights that the task force has gleaned based on some of the existing work that Johanna described, and highlight some of the areas where the cohorts are continuing to develop these planning process concepts. So just to reiterate, we're really looking at kind of better alignment between distribution system planning and integrated resource planning. But there's also an element of transmission planning processes as well that some of the cohorts are looking into. And what you're seeing here left to right are some of those building blocks that Johanna described so well, that these correspond to the legend and the process map before. And what I wanted to do is kind of highlight 4 items here and then talk a little bit about tools in the next slide. So across the top, sort of tying to the yellow block on objectives, and Joe mentioned this earlier, tying back to Paul's presentation and Flora's comment on kind of the cost effectiveness piece. There's a real emphasis here on sort of being concrete about objectives and sort of laying them out well, both at sort of the outset of the planning process in the context of sort of incorporating policy targets and the like, but also sort of in the technical sort of mechanics of the planning process in terms of sort of identifying effective planning criteria that can reflect those objectives. And that helps to tie sort of the planning process to outcomes against which the solutions can be evaluated, and also could include considerations for how stakeholder engagement should be incorporated to enhance the transparency of the inputs, methods, and outcomes of the process. And so moving along kind of the top, the green, blue, we're kind of looking at sort of system needs and solutions. And there's a question of how planning is changing to meet changing system needs. And I think this was described well in some of the earlier talks, that sort of thinking about how looking at resources on the distribution side, for example, might support IRP objectives, such as helping to meet supply-demand balance according to the resource adequacy contribution or effective load carrying capability. And that ties also kind of to what Paul mentioned in his comments in terms of sort of thinking in new ways about sort of the contributions of DER, sort of contributing to RA, contributing to planning reserves. And then similarly, there's sort of the notion of sort of how distributed resources sourced in the IRP might impact kind of system costs tied to DER integration in the context of distribution system planning. So kind of associated with those considerations that ties and sort of aligns the planning process, there's a recognition that emerging system needs like resilience that we've talked about a lot, like flexibility that we've also talked about, needs to be incorporated. And so as the resource mix continues to change and some of these sort of needs continue to change, the ways in which plans identify and prioritize solutions will also need to adapt, but also impacts the way in which generation, transmission, distribution planning inform one another in the context of meeting those expanded needs. I'm going to skip through the bottom a little bit, sort of tying to kind of information sharing and data flows, and thinking about flows between processes and also between planning cycles, which then requires insight into whether you're linking sort of the resource transmission side into distribution system planning or distribution system sort of asset management, and looking at the timescales for those. And there might be sort of a long-term and a short-term piece that might sort of align differently with the timescales for IRP, and that influences kind of the information flow between the planning processes that we're trying to map to. So I'm going to speed through the next slide on tools. And the colors here for the colored ovals maps again to the building blocks that I showed on the last slide. And in the context of looking at these planning processes, part of what we're trying to start to do is dig into the ability of existing planning tools to support these objectives. And in the course of doing that, maybe look at some gaps that might exist relative to meeting concepts that the task force members are developing. The blue circles, that's sort of associated, as I mentioned before, with kind of solution identification, evaluation. might be, those are sort of encompass different tools that look at DER analysis, distribution system analysis. And by the way, the list of tools here that are sort of listed are just meant to be illustrative, not exhaustive. But what we're starting to see is that kind of the evolving role of these resources to meet distribution system needs, potentially bulk system needs, requires different types of analysis. And that means sort of the range of tools used to support these analyses might be expanding. So you could see maybe sort of the blue ovals kind of dipping down into the green around sort of power flow and hosting capacity. And this is especially true thinking about what Paul mentioned, and if sort of DER interconnection needs to think about deliverability up to the transmission bus to facilitate the provision of bulk system services and to participate in wholesale market products and the like. But sort of thinking about the green circle in particular, that's related to kind of, as we started to look at that, recognizing that many of the use cases for these existing analyses are expanding. So to the extent that hosting capacity has primarily been used for heat maps and interconnection screens, we could see applications for those methods in the context of distribution planning to proactively identify upgrades to integrate DER, or into operations to enable active network management, flexible interconnection applications, and the like. So, those might help to enable some of the outcomes that the cohorts are starting to think about. And then the red-orange is also looking at sort of how top-down and bottom-up sort of descriptions of the system might need to be better aligned to ensure sort of self-consistency across those models. Not necessarily to say that you need to use the inputs for distribution planning and IRP or vice versa, but that alignment, like what Johanna mentioned, might be useful. And so as we started to look at this, we're seeing ways in which the vendor landscape and the landscape of tools is already evolving to sort of meet some of these evolving needs, but also looking at ways in which that might need to accelerate, or gaps that might exist that still haven't been addressed. And we're already seeing tools starting, there's been a lot of discussion around sort of quote unquote single source of truth, or quote unquote digital twin, that kind of connects the planning and operations in new ways. And a lot of planning tool vendors that are pushing more into our operations, IA, for example, or vice versa, Opus One, for example. And a lot of GIS vendors starting to move into sort of applications that start to look like state estimations, whereas you see sort of a lot of the tools that are sort of typically used in the context of operations and ADMS now starting to incorporate aspects of hosting capacity, DER development tools starting to provide aspects of locational value and load forecasting. So all of this kind of points to ways in which these ovals are moving and expanding and overlapping and merging. Some of the background information that Joe provided has a little bit more detail on sort of how we see the evolution of that. But I think that's an important context to keep in mind as we start to think about what tools might be needed to really fully enable the vision that the cohorts are developing. So with that, I'll hand it back to Johanna. Thanks.
Thanks, Samir. In the interest of time, we can skip this slide and provide an update on this effort at a future EAC meeting. So yes, thank you. Interested in your thoughts on whether there are opportunities for new efforts to advance the OE priorities that you've been hearing about from Bruce and others that can build on the progress by the foundation of the task force, and some other discussion questions here for your consideration. And I also want to note that Chris Ayers and Tom Weaver have both participated in the task force effort, and no pressure, but if you want to add anything, any insights or your perspective on anything that Samir and I discussed, we would welcome that.
This is Chris Ayers. I'm happy to chime in. Let me say that I have found this process to be very valuable. regulators and consumer advocates they're heavily dependent on what's put in front of them, and as a result, they're fairly reactive. When you get in an IRP or other planning scenario, you've generally got a statutory timeline associated with it, and so you're reacting to what's in front of you. This process has been great in terms of allowing regulators to think proactively and to chart a path in terms of planning, and then bringing these different distribution, transmission, all these different components that sometimes run in conflict with each other in the regulatory space, and start thinking about ways we can integrate those and make a more efficient, effective, and cost-effective planning process. DOE is the perfect organization to run this type of a process, because DOE is the objective facilitator and driver really, of the conversation and the development of these processes. So I just applaud the thought and the effort that went into putting this task force together and the work that has been done. We're about halfway through, but I think this is one of the, I frequently ask, how can DOE support regulators and how can we get tools? I think this is a perfect example of what DOE can and should be doing, to put tools in the hands of regulators to equip them to be more conversant in this area and ensure that what we're talking about on a technical level can then be part of a process that's implemented down at the state level. So I just thank you all for all the work that you've been doing on this, and look forward to landing the plane, I guess, early next year on it.
That's a great comment. This is Joe. Johanna deserves a lot of credit, much of the credit for actually organizing all of this, and she's worked very, very closely with Danielle at NARUC, and they've pretty much orchestrated and thought this out very clearly and are implementing it really, really well. So she gets a lot of credit, and Samir gets a lot of credit too, because Samir loves to dive deeply and really take a look at all the analytical approaches and tools that are needed to make all of this stuff happen. This has been a great ongoing project, this particular project, and so I agree with you, Chris. Appreciate that. Yeah. So
my state is Silver, and Samir is the facilitator for the Silver group. So lots of personal experience with this.
Good work, Samir. So Chris and Matt, can we tee up some questions?
So Joe, are you ready? This is Mike. Are you ready for the?
Yeah, we can move in. Absolutely, if that's where you guys want to go.
Yeah, are these the questions you want to start with, or is it your plan to go elsewhere?
No, can we go please to the questions that were at the end of my presentation? Is what I would like to do, and I think they mirror a lot of the questions that the others have posed. So would you mind?
This is Matt.
Chris? Yeah.
This is Matt.
Yep. Go ahead,
Just
Matt.
before that, Mladen had a question, and then relating to Johanna and Samir's presentation, then we'll go to your questions, Joe.
Great. Thank you, Matt.
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
After all these presentations, it's fascinating how many angles you all took into account. It really is, and it's a great mosaic of issues that are coming together. So I'm extremely impressed about that part of the work of everybody. The question I have is, maybe two, is in all of this, as we move forward, the tools that we are using, and including the architecture opportunities, is where the tires would hit the ground. In other words, you have to produce engineering answers to some of these questions. And the tools are very, they are expanding, they are very useful, but they have limitations, and particularly when you start including some of the details that we're talking about. So the first question I have is, since the project is receiving apparently an enormous attention, I mean, all of these states and all of these different types of people and stakeholders, and I mean, there's no better opportunity than to put forward some of the promising, new things that can help. So have you had a chance to talk about new tools that are based on data-driven models? We're talking about these panels that we have, big data and this and that, and those are, I mean, powerful tools, absolutely. They've been shown to be powerful in other domains, not necessarily in power domain only. But those tools are interesting because they are not just an engineering solution. They need data. And the data is a difficult thing to get for all of the reasons we know. So have you had a chance to bounce off of these different groups the issue, how these tools can be improved using data-driven models, and if so, how to get access to data?
Johanna or Samir, would you like to address that?
Samir, you want to take that one?
Sure, happy to. So the question of tools and tool limitations, which could tie to data availability, is something really important. We had a good panel talking about sort of current state of tools during our last workshop in Columbus, and we're planning to have a follow-up discussion on that. The tension is, we don't want to provide sort of a marketing platform, but we still want to stay sort of as close as we can to what's happening in the latest sort of state of tools in the industry. So we're sort of walking that balance in terms of providing the most accurate information. But I think the way we're trying to strike that balance is by providing insights in terms of not sort of the specific characteristics of the tools, since for the most part these aren't the folks involved in the task force aren't practitioners, but to give a sense for what new solutions do these tools provide, what new problems do they solve, what new questions can they answer. And we had a good discussion with a set of speakers during the last workshop, and hoping to expand that. And if you have specific tools in mind that you think would inform the kind of conversation that we're describing, would love to get that input offline.
Thank you. Did Jeff Morris have a new hand up?
Yes, he does.
Jeff?
Yeah, thank you. Just great presentations all throughout. Really appreciate the work being done. My question's around, I'm going to be parochial for a second. In Washington State, they did the first IRP planning law in the U.S. back in 2005. That looked at, moving away from least cost IRP planning to using an efficient frontier and looking at life cycle risk for procurement. And then we just passed the first DER planning law that went into effect July 1, 2019. And we had 4 years of hearings running up to that. My question is on the sequencing. All the testimony we heard was that DER planning can give a tremendous amount of granularity to IRP planning, but there's very little data that comes back from IRP planning that can be really useful for the probabilistic assessments that happen in DER planning. And so the sequencing we tried to go for was, the IRP cycle is 2 years, and the DER planning cycle is 2 years as well, as to get them into off-year cycles, so that one of them was being updated basically every year. And where I'm getting to with this long-winded question is that we spent a lot of time looking at both processes for the last 15 years. And the one thing that became apparent from everybody that we consulted is that you got to have a true market signal at some point to true up the planning assessments of value. And in the IRP, that's the call for power or resources. But in the DER process, there's not a DSO market, and so you got to come up with something that mimics a market signal so you can true up your planning estimates with actual market, value. And I'm just wondering if in the process you're going through now, whether that function is called out at all, because I didn't see it in the PowerPoint, but I'm just assuming it was baked into one of those steps.
Yeah, and I would articulate it slightly differently, maybe not in terms of markets, but in terms of value, and also recognizing that sort of the value that you want to capture or quantify might not be tied to sort of market products that exist today, so that there might be aspects of flexibility that are captured in current ancillary service and sort of operating reserve kind of concepts, but there might be aspects that sort of fall through the cracks. And similarly, sort of the way we're thinking about resource adequacy and sort of loss of load expectation might not capture sort of the diurnal and seasonal aspects of availability that we want to sort of think about in a more dynamic context. So I absolutely agree, and that's sort of what I was trying to hint at in the context of looking at sort of expanding system needs and changing system needs to sort of incorporate how you think about sort of having a more holistic view of available solutions to meet system needs in the context of IRP, including DER aggregations, but also how to close that feedback loop so that you're also sort of incorporating that in terms of sort of the integration needs that implies when you're sourcing a large number of resources on the distribution system to meet bulk system needs. So it's a good point. I think we are starting to map out some of the information flows that go both ways, and with that, I think there's a recognition that Paul mentioned that there's a need for a robust set of kind of risk-based threat analysis that sort of feeds into some of the objectives that you can then tie back to in terms of prioritizing certain resilience solutions. I think that's a perfect example of value that doesn't exist today, and you're not going to have a market around it, but it's sort of recognizing that there are system needs you need to plan to that have been outside of sort of the traditional planning context.
Samir, we're going to have one more question on your presentation, then we'll give it to Joe for the moderated discussion. So we have Tom Bialik as our last questioner.
Actually, sorry, Mike. Rick Moroz messaged me privately saying he has a question.
Okay, we're going to have to get quickly to the questions.
And I'll come back because I think my question will, as I said before, will apply to everybody, so I'll wait.
Okay. So Tom Bialik it is.
So again, I appreciate all these presentations, Joe. I think this is really good. I think for me, what it raises is, the increased complexity as far as planning and the interplay between all sorts of different processes. And then the question becomes, the national labs have access to these high-performance computing platforms, and they were able to do some of these, develop some of these tools as well as do some of these calculations in a relatively timely fashion. And I think one of the sort of the conversation also needs to occur that, as a utility, it may take the national labs, work on this stuff for a year and a half, work on a couple of circuits or look at a couple of scenarios. And then when it now gets thrown over the fence to the utilities, we're sort of left with, well, we now have 1,000 circuits or, 300 substations that we have to run this stuff through. And the expectation is, well, the national labs can do it. How come you can't? So the question is, where does this tool development go, and how can we really sort of make them, streamline them so that they can be run in a fashion such that it's not going to break the bank for the utilities to have to stand up these high-performance compute platforms?
Yeah. Samir or Johanna, you might want to answer that. I'll just insert quickly that this is probably a larger conversation, I'm thinking, but I'll let Samir and Johanna respond.
Sure. No, Tom, great point, and I think it highlights the fact that scalability is a really important criteria for thinking about the applicability of some of these solutions. So, there's different types of analyses for different types of challenges, and I think you can run a detailed, effective load carrying capability calculation for the capacity value of storage as a function of PV penetration, as Daniel mentioned earlier. But I think sort of being able to use that, sort of parameterize the outputs of that and represent it in sort of a reduced form version is probably more realistic than trying to repeat that for every all source solicitation that a utility tries to undertake. So it's a good point, and I think there's different. It's important to remember that simplicity is an important objective, as important an objective as anything else, and we should not strive to make things more complex than they need to be.
Okay. So, Michael, respecting your wishes, should we right now move into our discussion period?
Please do, and we'll give you a 15-minute warning on a hard stop.
You can give me like a 3-minute warning if you want.
Yeah, it's 5:15 will be the hard stop. We have public comments, and I want to just interject at this point. If anyone has public comments, you could use the private function for Christopher Lawrence or christopher.lawrence@hq.doe.gov for an email. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike, and I hope you can hear me. So first of all, thank you for your patience and thank you for listening to these talks. We at DOE thought it was really important to convey some of the things we're working on. And so we appreciate that opportunity. Of course, you're only seeing, you're seeing a small part of really what the department is really doing in this space, but we really tried to show you what some of the more advanced emerging efforts were. Number one. So the way I thought we could approach this discussion was in this fashion. I provided a set of, again, this is off the top of my brain, but interfacing with everybody that spoke, that these are remaining challenges. So I would actually like to pose to the EAC right now 3 different questions. Okay. First question is are these the right challenges? Are these the right challenges? Have we articulated this correctly, number one? Number 2, what's missing? What is not here that we should, from a topical point of view, put on this list or revise on this list? Those are the first 2 questions. The third question is broken up into 2 pieces. And given that we understand and get to really being able to articulate what the remaining challenges are, what should DOE be doing? And I'm asking, what should DOE be doing with respect to 2 things? The first is should DOE be developing guidance, like guidance documents? For instance, the next generation distributed system platform work, which has 3 volumes and coming up with a 4th volume, which is going to have a pretty detailed section on integrated planning, grid modernization strategy development and implementation, and lastly, on cost effectiveness framework. That is an example of a guidance document. Others are the T&D coordination guidance document that we're thinking of developing based on what we provided you before. Guidance documents on how to value storage could be a third. The kind of documents that will be coming out of the work that Johanna and Samir are doing with respect to the task force will, in a sense, sort of be informative, but also perhaps provide some guidance. So that's the first element of what DOE can do. The second element would be, what should DOE be doing mechanistically? For instance, should we be providing technical assistance? To whom? And within that technical assistance, should we be facilitating discussions or an ongoing dialogue, develop platforms for dialogue, very much like what Johanna and Samir are doing with NASIO and NARUC on integrated planning, very much like what Paul is doing with respect to working with regulators and utilities on looking at grid modernization, strategy development, et cetera. Should we develop setting up those kinds of mechanisms or platforms to facilitate dialogue on specific topics? So briefly, are these the right challenges, topics? What's missing? How can we get to a place where we can really articulate what the appropriate challenges are? And secondly, what should DOE be doing, A, in terms of developing more guidance kinds of documents, and B, what kind of mechanisms can they set up to facilitate an ongoing dialogue? And I'll stop there, and there may be other things things I'm missing, so please bring them up. But that's how I think I would like to organize a conversation, if that makes sense.
Hey, can we give Rick the first shot at this, Chris?
Yes, Rick, you're up.
Okay, thanks. I'll try to make this short, but it's an set of observations as well as a question, and I think it might go to your last set of questions you posed, Joe, because it's occurred to me as I listened to these. First, by the way, great work and tremendously complex issues, as I think everybody has said. Lots of complexities from a technical standpoint, regulatory considerations, and all that. Great work. I want to go back, though, what I heard initially, I guess, from the first presentation from Paul, and then I sort of heard this weave through. The complexity of this makes it, at one level, I was sitting here thinking, are you trying to boil the ocean? You know, what is it you're trying to accomplish here? And I think you've sort of posed this at the end, Joe. This, whatever you end up with, the product of this, the guidance that comes from it, what DOE's role has to be somewhat manageable, because when I heard initially Paul saying, well, you know, we've got all these other considerations for the resilience issues, you know, wildfires, earthquakes, you know, you could be thinking through, the DOE could be having to think through on its own all of those vulnerabilities. In my thinking, has to be done with emergency management officials, the industry, talking about prioritizations. There's a whole level of work that third parties from that end, I think, would have to be those that input into this. The DOE, energy regulators, the industry themselves aren't going to have all those inputs into this. So it's an observation to say, be careful that you're not becoming sort of the Uber planning agency for everything. And I just want to, and I guess the flip side of that just is a question is, have you thought that through about what those externalities are and how to not bite off too much than you can really accomplish? And then sort of weaving through this are the realities of the question, and this is a question of whether you've thought through, and you don't have to answer it, or you need to think about it. Who is responsible to take this product and then implement it? Because, and I've brought this up many times, in the Northeast, we've got restructured states, that planning process has largely been relinquished, right? So is this ultimately guidance and tools for the industry, the regulators, and does it identify the real practical hurdles, like the fact that in the Northeast in PJM, a distribution company can't own generation? Most states don't permit it in their legislation. Will this lead to an identification of the regulatory hurdles or the legal hurdles that need to get somewhere else? So, and that too is an observation as much as a question to say, don't chew off too much more than you can chew. I'm reminded that New York is still doing REV 7 years later. So a couple observations. I don't know whether you want to respond to it. If not, you can internalize that and sort of work it into your process. But great work, very complex issues. One size might not fit all for every state or every region, and I think you just need to consider all that in your work.
So I'm going to say something, and then I think it would be great to open up responses with the panelists on that. What we don't have is a roadmap, and I think maybe we should do that. A roadmap specifically that would outline, here are the specific issues, and here are the deliverables, and here's the audience, and here's the timeline. Something like that. I think, secondly, and then I'll just say this, and then I'll stop and let others speak up, is what we really try to target, at least the work that we're doing with Jeffrey and Paul and others, Johanna, et cetera, we're really trying to target regulators and other decision makers in states. Where I've been is, and again with these folks, is how do we draw a circle around the regulator domain and the utility domain so they have a consistent set of practices. They understand what the expectations are in a planning process. And then once you establish those once those two domains agree on what the process is and what the framework is around that process, then they have a mutual set of expectations, and there's not a lot of mystery. And so that's one approach that we really have been trying to undertake is to bring those two domains together. That doesn't necessarily answer your question, but it's some background information with respect to things that we probably have to do. And I appreciate your comments. Now, let me just sit back and let others from the panel group talk, because I'm sure they have ideas on this.
Hi, Richard. This is Paul DeMartini. Yeah, I fully appreciate your question and your suggestions. We have been thinking about exactly what you've been touching on. There's more to be done for sure. We do recognize that different entities at the state and federal, and even, I didn't get into it today, but certainly at the city and county level, are very active in a number of these different dimensions you touched on, both from resilience as well as, obviously, many cities and counties have sustainability and connected community objectives that aren't necessarily picked up at the state level. That have to be accounted for at the distribution. So we are recognizing that, and we do actually, we didn't have it in the deck, but one of the things we've been doing as part of some work with Johanna Zetterberg on resilience around critical defense facility infrastructure was looking at these multi-entity at multiple levels, whether you're down at the community level all the way up at the federal level, and how the different interactions, where the jurisdictional boundaries, who gets involved at what level of scale of event, how to think about who needs to be around the table from a stakeholder standpoint. So we're starting to explore those things, but as it sounds like, as you know only too well, that gets pretty complex as you start to think about the range of folks that need to be in these conversations and who is doing what analysis. As you said, state energy, emergency services typically are the ones taking point on resiliency threat. So then the question is, how do you then weave in the appropriate state agencies, the commission, the state energy office, and then utilities and other stakeholders at the appropriate point to explore the electric system dimensions of that?
Great response. Any others from the panel?
Chris, do we have in the chat?
Yeah, the next question is from Wanda.
Go ahead, Wanda.
All right. Interesting presentations. I echo everybody else's feedback there. I guess my thought is that there's an element around kind of the data and the wet part, and then there's also an element here on maybe the process and the responsibilities thing. But on the data side, it seems like the aspect of voltage is continuing to be an increasing element in the distribution side, and the tools are pretty short on it. So that might be something to, contemplate as, with a lot more DER scattered throughout, smart inverters, changing curves, storage, contributions behind the meter. The voltage management piece is continuing to be more and more complex. And I think that, the tool aspect there needs to evolve. It's probably going to find its way into the planning domain, but again, as planning and the operations piece continues to converge, there is, I think, an opportunity there that we need to figure out how to address. I really liked the portrayal of the T and D themes on the last presentation. I think to the extent that that can be further defined on what information passes back and forth, or where the opportunities are, what are the requirements. Maybe it's a laundry list that may apply some places, but not necessarily others. But it seems like while the IRP piece may have been kind of given up or in different hands, the distribution planning is usually clearly within the utility space. So there's a lot of work to, I think, resolve what needs when and where. And the framework that you've started is a really good place to, begin to align that. I think it's great work, but diving a little deeper, and maybe that's been done, I think could really serve a lot of value. One of the things that I've been noticing is that, the source of truth is a big deal. There's so many databases and tools out there and time domains. I'm wondering if there is an opportunity for standards work in the data side, and how can we make these more efficient, bringing this stuff together. I think DOE could definitely play a role in that, but I appreciate feedback from the panel on just making that an easier lift. I guess on, the process piece, I think DOE's role is more on the how rather than the what. And, to the extent that things can be defined on, guides and checklists and who's responsible, wonderful. But once it starts getting into specific input at specific places and specific solutions and that kind of thing, I think you're that's crossing the line. So yeah, a few things for thought, and I look forward to your feedback on those.
Great. Anyone from the panel want to respond?
Dan Stein. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Dan Steinberg from NREL. One of your point on data, I think, is spot on. One of the big challenges in terms of coordinating, more integrated modeling frameworks or models that talk to one another is sources. And to the extent that we can create unified data sources, across, the country or across the continent, or even, unified data frameworks with which to, store and use data would be a huge help. Some of that we're trying to tackle with the SIP project. We have another initiative called the Grid DE product, and this is basically to try to create some of that framework. We don't have, I would say, sufficient support at this point, but we've been trying to push it through a number of different projects. And the idea there is you get a lot more consistency across models if you're all aligned. Just a point of,
Dan, You're breaking up just a little bit. If you could just speak closer to the mic somehow.
Sure. Is that any better?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's great. Thanks.
I was finished. I can reiterate what I said if it wasn't clear.
Any other panelists want to join?
Sure. This is Samir. I'll offer a few thoughts. So, Wanda, thank you. You have a lot of good thoughts. I'll maybe touch on two. You mentioned sort of the voltage information, and I agree. You know, that's part of what I was thinking about in the context of sort of including kind of the power flow inputs and some of the solution identification evaluation piece. And I agree, in some cases that might be really relevant, but I think, you know, going back to sort of the boil the ocean comment earlier, I think it's important to sort of recognize when that information is relevant. In some cases, it might not be. You know, I think there's a lot of sort of the non-wires T&D deferral has been sort of around distribution capacity and thermal thermal constraint alleviation, I think probably for good reason, but there might be really good applications where voltage is an important consideration. So, and that gets to your last point around sort of indicating the what and not the how, and I think they're important implementation aspects. I would even take it a step back further and maybe even focus on the why, where I think Joe, tying to what you said earlier, I think, you know, like having a really clear articulation of sort of what are the objectives and, you know, to what Paul mentioned in terms of sort of that the SPX taxonomy, starting with the principles and objectives and having that as a way to make sure that everyone's sort of looking in the same direction and headed toward the same goal, so that you can talk about the right data to inform that and the right methods to be able to evaluate those solutions. But at least you all know that you're trying to hit the same flag. Otherwise, it becomes really difficult. So I think the why is even more important than the what, but I agree that the how is a step too far, and probably if we get to that level, it's probably we're getting into too far into the weeds for the kinds of efforts that we're and the kind of value that we're trying to provide.
Samir, one of the things that nobody really touched on is just the difficulty in taking something like energy storage or managed electric vehicle charging or whatever, and in rolling that into the planning process in a systematic way. So, you know, I know we've touched on maybe looking at processes differently, but, you know, the idea of scenarios and, you know, just a range is, I think that needs to be better defined in order to capture these kinds of capabilities.
Yep, good point. Sort of coupled with the expanding system needs, there's an expanded resource capabilities piece that ties to exactly those types of resources. So, yep, agreed.
So Chris, is Mladen up?
Yeah, so it's Mladen up now.
Okay. I just have a couple of suggestions here, Joe, since you asked for some feedback. One suggestion is to tailor the products to different stakeholder groups. If you have one product, you know, across the board, it's very hard in this complexity for, you know, different people to find something that they can relate to immediately and, you know, learn from it quickly. And so that would be one suggestion, to simply talk about the same thing, but talk in different volumes, if I can call it that way, different parts of the report. The other suggestion is more to Mike and others on EAC is I have a feel that, you know, the wealth of information we received in these presentations is amazing. And to digest that and provide, you know, final comments in a 15, 20 minutes, half an hour is not going to do justice to the process. I think we should form a task force, however we want to call it, that can get inputs from the members and provide a little bit more structured set of recommendations. This is a unique opportunity because we've been asking for DOE reports to reflect on them and the DOE plans, and I think this particular report is very rich, and so the response should be very rich. Not that it wasn't, but it can be. It can be more comprehensive if we had a little bit more time and chance to kind of talk among ourselves. That's just a suggestion. Okay, so.
Yeah. Are there other? Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Next is John Adams.
What's that?
John Adams was next to speak.
Okay, let's have John Adams speak.
John, are you muted?
He's frozen too. While he gets going, could I make a couple comments, and you could lower my hand? I'll lower my hand for you, Matt. Okay, are you ready, John? Can you get in?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Okay, why don't you do it, John, before you kick out?
There were two comments. One was about the IRP process being 6% to 37% more effective than, and I didn't hear more effective than what. So you know what, we're from a market paradigm, and that suggests that the market paradigm is not effective, at least in building. So I was wondering if I could get a little more feedback on that conclusion.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question. I am sorry I had to close over that particular finding given the time constraints. What we actually did in our model was to compare this fictional utility that was able to make decisions behind the meter as well as decisions in front of the meter. So essentially, it's a type of integrated, we call it centralized, just to differentiate it from integrated. So it's a type of centralized coordinated planning that doesn't really exist. In this case, the utility would effectively be owning assets either behind the meter or right by the meter, but essentially very close to loads all the way up to generation. And we compared that modeling result to an alternative modeling where we try to replicate the current vertically integrated situation where a utility has at most control over distribution line, transmission line, and generation assets, but doesn't go into distributed energy resources. In general, utilities are not investing in solar PV or battery storage at the distribution level. There's exceptions, but that's in general. And when comparing against that alternative, that's kind of the reality or the closest to our reality that we could build in our model. And based on customers making decisions based on different types of rates, ranging from the basic volumetric rate to a time of use rate to a marginal cost, hourly marginal cost rate, or sort of closest to a real-time pricing kind of rate. That's where we get calculate these cost differences. And that's where we show and find that this centralized entity is able to produce systems that meet demand with between 7 to 37% lower costs. And the 7% is the time of use rate comparison, and the 37% is a relatively high volumetric rate, where consumers have a lot of incentives to reduce their bill by deploying distributed resources that from the centralized utility perspective is inefficient. I hope that clarifies a little bit more, and I'm happy to take this offline if you're interested in, we can explore together more of the technical details of this modeling.
I confess I think I'm getting too far into high, but it does bring me to the challenges. There's a suggestion there that, how do I say this, that the efficiency of the market paradigm may not be as high as at least some of us think it is. And I think that gets back to a what or why question. So I do think that might be a worthwhile challenge. Thank you.
Matt, am I up? I don't want to jump in. This is Mike.
Next is Jeff Morris.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Hi, thank you. This is my swan song meeting with the EAC, so I'm going to go through the challenges here and just make some comments. John, I know some of these you and I have talked about individually, but I think part of the construct here is that the parallax view is a little bit off sometimes, and where I'm heading with this is that there's a lot of presumptions about top-down planning, and I think more effort needs to be put from customer up. Vantage points. There's utilities that 96% of the cost of the rate is T&D and not energy, and I think that's the paradigm that's breaking through. I mean, I know with my company we've got customers that the only reason to hook up to the grid is because they might get some value from exchanging what they can do for the grid operator and that balancing authority versus not. So I think bottom up is where the vantage point should be. I think the other thing too, I think that just going through this list just to prioritize in my mind, having worked on this for 23 years as an elected official, the tools to assess the load curve management, I think I've been a bit of a broken record, but whether it's been C-suite folks with utilities, regulators who have been at it for years, there's a lot of anxiety about trying to go out into the marketplace and find a Bayesian algorithm technology that you're going to hang your hat on and have some assessment that it's going to work, that is really holding this whole sector back. And, California and Hawaii are the examples of, where organic and reactive planning takes you to the most expensive CapEx solutions in the marketplace, which is batteries. In order to solve problems that if you had a better planning and predictive tool to work with and could see uptake rates of your customers no matter what your customer base is, would lead to better outcomes and move this whole list forward. And then my last comment is just on the consistent valuation practices. Joe, I've talked to you about this directly, but what happens now, whether it's an IRP process or some of the nascent DER processes, is that stakeholders walk in the door who care, and they'll have an aux to gore, and whatever numbers they bring in is what gets part of the public record in these processes for these planning consultations. And there's a real lack of a Black's Law dictionary about what is the current levelized cost for different technology solutions. I think even if we're a set of ranges that you had to argue about why you wouldn't use those versus, forcing a utility to make, decisions off 1,000 competing studies out there would be a really big tool in any of these planning processes. And I'll just wrap up with that.
Can I ask a quick question, Jeff? What I'm hearing you say then is that you put 5 and 7 sort of at the top of the list?
Yep. For me, just from my perspective on the state end, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Next, we have Flora, followed up by Mike Hayek, and then Tom Weaver.
Thank you, and thanks, Joe. I know you've done a ton of work on this, and thanks to all the presenters today. You really did an excellent job. I want to touch on a couple of points and reiterate. I think a roadmap would be good with, where are you really taking this? Where do you see the current work that's being done? Kind of what is that endpoint? I think that would be really helpful. I also want to echo what Mladen said about the wealth of information and what how do we give you some really thoughtful responses. Obviously we have a lot of experience around the virtual table here, but with more thought, we could probably do a little bit better job. And one of the things that you and I have talked about, and I think we've talked about at the EAC, is this session being kind of the start, and then wanting to hear from the utilities and also from, the markets and, transmission planners and folks who don't readily fit into the paradigm where it seems like you guys are doing the most work, and you're doing an amazing amount of work. But there are, when you think of a transmission-only company or a distribution-only company or, the market operators, there's a lot more considerations, and I'd like us to hear from them maybe in another panel in the future, and then kind of come back to these questions as well. The last thing, and I think I'm going to go in a little different direction here than some of the other EAC members, is that one thing I think you could think about doing is, and this is huge, so feel free to just say, yeah, dump that in the bucket. But as I think about, what we heard yesterday with Power to Gas and the Energy Storage Grand Challenge, is there an opportunity to sort of bring all this information together in maybe some sort of informative scenario discussions? And I know it kind of gets into the what, but not to dictate the what, but to look at a really wide range of, like scenarios at the edge of plausibility, and then what might these solutions, what might different sets of solutions look like in those different scenarios. And I'm talking like 10 or 15 years out. We're not to tell anybody what they should do, but just to provide information in a sort of a cohesive manner about what the world might look like. So just something for your consideration, just a little more work.
No, but that's great. I'm really happy you brought those up and appreciate that. And I'd like to just explore a little bit, especially, first of all, I agree this is the beginning of a conversation, and it would be really nice to get out of this maybe a roadmap for DOE as to what they should be tackling and who they should be addressing in terms of stakeholders. But secondly, on the last item that you mentioned, the discussions we've been having with Tom Bialik, for instance, and others, and Mladen and Chris, in looking at, and I want to see whether this fits what you were trying to imagine in your third item. We were looking at perhaps providing future scenarios, sort of architecturally based scenarios of the grid that was integrated and resilient, and what that actually needed to look like. For instance, let me get very specific. If you have a microgrid and you have energy storage device or whatever, how did those two technologies with the grid, how do they actually need to function? What does it take for those things to actually function appropriately in a highly controllable way, in a highly observed way? So how does that work operationally? And then maybe what kind of planning steps and who needs to be involved to be able to enable that? Is that what you're talking about with respect to a scenario or something else? Some examples of scenarios would be useful. And you don't have to do it now.
I was talking about something just a little bit different. I think that would be more what I would say is kind of down in the weeds, but what I was imagining, it was, scenarios 10 or 15 years out. And like I say, really at the edges of plausibility, and then saying, okay, if we've been talking about, let's just do storage, let's just do, higher KV on the distribution system, explore what those things those different solutions might look like in the different scenarios, so that it would just be for information, not telling people the what, but giving them a possible vision of what could happen.
I see. That's very helpful. Thank you. And if other people on the panel want to speak up, please do. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Matt?
Yeah, Mike, your turn now.
Thank you. I'll try not to rant a bit. Let me just bubble up a few things, okay, Joe?
Thank you.
There's over, I don't know, if I do the math right, there's over 5 million miles of overhead distribution. And distribution largely is still the dumbest of the dumb, in between very smart things like a substation and smart meters and inverter connected DERs. And really have a lot going on the distribution side. On the network side, we still have network elements in our big cities that were probably put in during the Harding administration. So there's a requirement that a lot of investment has to be made, and it's going to be hard to be affordable if we march through and start making those investments. So I go on the other side of this. The load curve seems to be more of a happenstance than a driver. We really got to get the load duration curve, something beyond 50-something %, so that you can really use the assets we have in a way. And here's one of the things that I'm disappointed with. The grid, the United States is about the continental United States, about 1,100 gigawatts, including end use. And 2050, it's supposed to be around 1,750 gigawatts, including end use. In your slides, it says by 2025, we're going to have a great total of 7 gigawatts of storage. And this goes beyond pumps. This is beyond the pump storage. I really think that in order to work the duration curve, we're really going to have to get to micro storage elements at the consumer level and at the substation level to actually be able to help with the duration curve and actually get the price points of PV even better and win even better with this storage. So the point I'm making in the circuitous way is really the load curve seems to be happenstance. And I know you're trying to focus on load curve management, but I think we need to do better than the 50s percentile. I'll stop there, Joe. My rant is over.
No, that's a great rant, and thank you. Please rant more whenever you want. Do folks on the panel want to respond to that? Anybody?
Hey, Joe. Joe, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Drew Fellon. Hey. So the couple things that I just wanted to touch on here. Jeff Morris's comments about including the voice of the customer more. I think that's really important. Since this is Swan Song, I'll be happy to carry that torch on. But I really think it's important that we leverage one of the voices that we have on the EAC, which is Paul Ciccio and the Industrial Energy Consumers of America. They play a big role, as Mike just pointed out, as part of the bigger picture. Last, on Mladen's point, that we've got a tremendous amount of information here, which is fantastic, not only yesterday but today as well. And for us to take really 15 to not even 30 minutes to go through all this, I think we're selling ourselves short. And if there's a way for us to do more here, I think we should. And I see that, and with you moving 6 and 7 up on the list, I think that's good. But I'm afraid that'll push, 1, 2, and 3 down. So I don't know if that helps. So.
No, that's helpful. Again, as Flora had mentioned, I think this is the beginning of a process.
Yeah.
Right. This is really just the beginning, and we're teeing it up a little bit right now. So I think that's where we're at.
Yeah, and number 3 is really important because of this balancing of priorities that we have right now, and it's really hard with the DERs coming into the marketplace. We've got old technology that works really well, and we're trying to figure out the new technology. And I think the older technology is getting shoved back sooner than it should be because we don't even have economic technology, especially around storage, developed yet. And we need to figure out maybe a better phased-in approach.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, Paul's been working in that area, and we realize that is being able to do multi-objective planning now is to develop methods around that is going to be really important.
Yeah.
We now have Tom Weaver, followed by Chris Ayers, and then Tom Bialik.
Yes, Tom. You're okay?
Yes, Tom.
Okay. I've been having some internet issues this afternoon, and I just need to make sure that I'm getting through. I really liked the
We lost you, Tom.
Tom, you're cutting out hard.
And the presentation by Jeffrey about getting. All right, can you hear me now?
Tom, you're cutting in and out.
I'm on my cell phone now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? I'm on my cell phone now. All right.
Yes, it works. Working great.
I liked the that Paul showed the energy storage plan that Jeff showed. When I look at that hierarchy, and I have to be speaking here as a we do a lot of talking about distribution planning, so I think I have to represent it. It feels like we're pressing that triangle fast, and our experience is
Tom, you're
distribution planners were getting pressed to consider alternative. Very business person. So when I look at what is the most effective of coordinated storage networks on a regional grid scale, it may be that we have to put on the business case because that seems to be what's holding us back. I guess one thing that we are for the environmental of
we're having a hard time getting everything you're saying.
additional distribution. Are getting
Tom, you're either going to have to go to the chat or an email to be read because we really can't hear you. Let's move on to another and then get Tom back with that before we adjourn this. Who's next, Matt?
Next is Chris Ayers.
So first, I really agreed with the comments of Jeff Morris and Flora. Joe, you listed out 3 questions that you put to the EAC, and I want to look at questions 3A and 3B. You were asking if DOE should be developing guidance documents, and you listed a number of examples. And my answer to that, particularly from the regulatory consumer advocate community, is yes. Anything that DOE can do to, from a document or a tool standpoint with respect to best practices, standardization, particularly evaluations, would be very helpful. The second item on 3B was mechanically how should DOE go about doing it, and whether or not technical assistance facilitating dialogue. The answer to that, again, from my perspective, is also yes. You're helping utilities, regulators, consumer advocates, other stakeholders think through these issues and work on them in a non-litigation setting is, I think, would be very valuable. So I have a question back to you and the panel. What are the barriers or the limitations to DOE doing more work like this? Is it manpower? Is it money? Is it time? Is it policy determinations within DOE that I understand and certainly agree with the discussion of we don't want to get too granular and we don't want to dictate certain methodologies or outcomes. But I'm just curious, what do you and others see as the limitations in DOE on if the answer is yes to 3A and 3B on implementing that?
So let me, Johanna, would you like to take a first crack at that? And then maybe others.
Sure, Joe. Hi, Chris. Thanks for that good question. I think, the first order question is, what is the work that needs to be done that DOE is appropriately positioned to help advance? After that, then you could consider what the right format is to meet the need. And much like the task force effort, I think it is important to think creatively about the right way to address problems. Certainly sometimes, a paper or an analysis is what's needed, but other times it's not. Maybe oftentimes it's not. And so I think to answer your question very specifically, it's not necessarily a matter of resources or bandwidth at any particular level in terms of like a format or an approach. That would be more at that first question level of, well, what are the priorities we're going to move forward, within this given time frame? And then after that, it's really a strategic question about how the need can best be met, for greatest impact. And that strategy should be built in from the very beginning all the way through, thinking all the way through to the impact and the outcomes that are desired and possible.
That's a good response. Can I add to that? This concept of developing a roadmap, which is, I think, Johanna, is kind of how I'm interpreting the what. I think that's really important, and maybe we really haven't laid that out appropriately. I think that would be really important to do. I'll be honest with you. I think we are resource constrained somewhat, but I think we're also, and in being resource constrained, we're also constrained with respect to how well we can coordinate internally, I think. Because there are a lot of other DOE offices that provide TA. The Solar Energy Office, there's a whole range of offices. And so, and this is TA primarily the regulators and those sort of state decision makers. And we all have programs with those folks. I think we are resource constrained to get in front of it, to get to a place where it's not as much ad hoc work versus really getting back to what Johanna said, really understanding what and putting the right resources behind that. And I think we're behind the curve a little bit with respect to that. My opinion.
Thanks. Those answers are helpful.
Yeah. Would anyone else have a thought about that? Okay. Matt, other folks? Do we want to go back with Tom Weaver?
Tom Bialik is up, and he will be followed by Darlene, then Clay.
Thank you.
So, Joe, you were asking about sort of the order. I think there's been a couple of things that have maybe take a little bit more time. The idea of this load curve management, you've heard about it a bit, heard about what people are thinking. I mean, I've point blank asked in meetings, our commission staff as well as, the CPUC as well, the CEC, what load curve do you want to see? Everybody looks at you with a blank face. We don't know. It's a question they don't have an answer to. But then when you start looking at it from a customer perspective, we've done some metering of customers who have installed PV. And what we've seen a couple of years afterwards is that the gross load for that individual goes up by about 70%, and their peak demand goes up by about 40%. It's a very, very different customer. And then you think about that in the context of all these demand response programs and other things. Well, they're now using their air conditioner all the time. They're actually adding loads to their system because I bought this thing. It's now mine, and I'm going to do with it what I want. And so it's the idea of how uncertainties of futures and risk becomes really important, because I think the assumption here is that, we'll put these programs out and people will do what we want. And I think the answer is no. They'll do what they want to the extent that it allows them to manage their bill. And if we make rates too expensive, then more of them will manage their bill. And so I think that that's really important. I think what you're doing as far as the outreach is also something that's really valuable. I think, we've had this conversation. I think the piece that's sort of missing is, as we move forward to do all these kinds of things, what is it going to take? It's the follow-on, sort of the next version of the DSPX. What's it going to take? What's, sort of cost to do this, so that people have a better idea, so that when the regulators and legislators are looking at this and saying, oh yeah, we want to mandate that the utilities go off and do this, that they have an understanding of what the implications of that are. So I'll stop there.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Matt, you gonna get on?
Yeah. Yeah, we
Darlene is up.
Darlene?
Hi, this is Darlene. I think Joe, you kind of addressed my question. I was just going to have a follow-up with respect to some of the ideas that came by with the use cases. And just note that, the whole distribution microgrid and how it operates in concert with the operation at the grid level is something that the rules that we are developing today, if we just want to get in some of the use cases that are coming down. So just kind of wanted to mention that.
Darlene, I have a question. Are you suggesting that we develop use cases?
I mean, I thought it might be helpful. You know, we talked a little bit about early on that trying to figure out how we could be effective in helping move the conversation along with respect to consistency and coordination, given that a lot of transition in the energy space is happening at the distribution levels, and given all the conversation that we just had around coordinated planning. I do think it might be beneficial to have some specific examples that we can move forward as a way to try to move this issue forward with coordination.
Okay. Thank you.
We now have Clay, and then it'll be Bob Cummings.
And this is Chris. Matt, you're doing a superb job. We are about 10 minutes out from our hard stop point. So we have Clay and then Bob Cummings.
Okay. Try to unpack this. I agree with Milad, and it's too bad we don't have a virtual happy hour that we could roll into because it's a lot to unpack.
I can start.
So just quick final comments. Interesting about Juan Pablo's scenarios of a place where you can reach beyond the meter and kind of have that whole system view, and because it's kind of the microgrid cooperative structure that we have. To Joe's comments about what tools have to be in place to support a grid scale battery, when we installed our battery, I think there's a certain threshold of critical mass where you need to have you have to have an automation system, you have to have some good integration tools, and then you have to have an open mind that there are going to be value streams that you can't even anticipate, and therefore you can't plan for. And you just have to watch for those. And that's where the agility and that agile process of iterating and prototyping and failing forward, that's how you really can get some great outcomes you didn't even anticipate. I still think that the overall portfolio is very appropriate right now. The regulatory piece is the one that concerns me the most because it's the least agile. And the best way to manage uncertainty is with flexibility and agility and responsiveness. And regulatory, by definition, is control. And so, as a mayor and working for governance and with governance groups, including my own board of director, I've learned that we have a different type of engagement over the last few years. And what we've kind of boiled down to at our city council and with my board of directors is that, first of all, regulators have a different language and you have to try to put things in terms they understand. But also, governance and regulatory bodies need to have early information and signaling because otherwise you can get into the next point, which is kind of a deal breaker. They like to consider options, not a decision. So if you go through an intensive planning process and don't give them any idea of what you're doing or why, and then you come to them with a yes or no decision, you've got a lot of education or informing to do. And then you need to explain the implications of their decisions. What are the outcomes of those different choices? And I think that relationship changes a lot and it gets easier to move together. I think we have an opportunity right now because none of us could have predicted the coronavirus and the socioeconomic impacts that we're only beginning to appreciate. One of my takeaways was how unbelievably well positioned that we were for the coronavirus and how our execution actually improved by working from home and so forth because of our technology platform and being able to operate and even program and upgrade remotely. We've got a lot of lingering work done by being working from home and so forth. So the question yesterday was how can we how has the coronavirus impacted our industry, I think we should be talking about how can our industry position itself to help our country to better respond to coronavirus. And that kind of feeds into my last point, which is, and it's back to Bruce's comments in the executive order and so forth. The Energy Storage Grand Challenge works across two departments of DOE, the Office of Electricity and Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. And I think we need to look at extending outward a little bit and see how can we work with Health and Human Services, how can we have touch points with the Department of Commerce on the economic side and USDA and their programs and the Department of Defense, because we have to have those broader conversations and engagements to truly think holistically. And so I think some of these comments speak back to your 7 points, but that was what I wanted to unpack.
Great. Thank you. Very helpful.
And now it's Bob Cummings.
Joe, your panel was great. I really appreciated all the presentations today. There are a couple of things that strike me, one of which is as we move to more and more dependence on DER on the distribution system, I think we're going to find that the loss of resource may start outreaching the loss of load during storms and things of that nature. I keep watching 230,000 customers out of service. We'll think about 230,000 rooftop solars not being in service. If you happen to be depending on those, you're going to have, as we were talking earlier, just agility. That's really what we need. We need that ability to adapt to those things. Two other things, one of which is sort of on the rate side of this. A lot of this is going to cost a lot of money if we start putting fast chargers on distribution systems. You only need 2 fast chargers on a distribution circuit before you use it up. So that's going to be a problem. I know my neighborhood is full of type A retired people with money, and they're very good at buying toys, and they get really surprised when they blow up a transformer. So the third thing is we can't just discount the fact that DER, distributed energy resources, not distribution energy resources, but distributed energy resources are going to come in very large packages at times, as large as 30, 50, 100 megawatts in combination plants of solar, wind, fuel cells, and probably some battery storage of some sort. And I think that interface between planning process for the distribution and planning process for transmission is going to get uglier and uglier. And the last thing that strikes me is this whole idea of the load becoming schizophrenic. It's obviated by the capacity factor on distribution these days. But I think that makes it very, very hard to even apply logical rules, because you just, some of the load forecasting is just going to plummet betas. So thank you very much for your time today, Joe, and your entire panel. Great stuff. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for those comments. And what you're echoing what some other people have said too, like Darlene's comments or Laura's comments on doing like scenario analysis and things like that might be helpful.
Yeah, I think that would be really a good next step, coming up with some of the scenarios.
Yeah, and actually getting back to something that Tom said as well, DOE has all these major tools. It could do some pretty good scenario analysis and offer those up, actually.
Hey, Joe, this is Mike. I tried to reach Tom. I know we cut him off, but we couldn't hear him.
Is he back?
Something that you could reach out to him to get his input?
Yep, I will absolutely do that. You got it.
Okay.
I was going to say, Joe, we're going to have to wrap it up. I think that's everyone that we got for speakers. So I want to give a round of applause. I want everyone to, thank you. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg here, and this was a fantastic session. So all kudos to Joe for arranging it and all the panelists. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I've taken a lot of notes, and I think you guys have too. So there's a lot more of discussion to do. So thank you personally, and thank you all panelists for participating and making the effort. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you, Joe. You met your time schedule.
Only because you made it be that way.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, we had to try. At this point, I wanted to open up the session for public comment. And Chris, we only have one. Is that correct?
That is correct. So what I will do is I'm actually going to switch. Hey, Matt, I'm going to take control. And I want to introduce Mark. No, sorry. Yeah, Mark Unkefer.
Mark Unkefer, and I realize I'm speaking at the end of a long or two long days, but I wanted to join everyone in congratulating or thanking the panelists for the detailed information. I'm here representing the Fiber Optic Sensing Association, and we're a technology that rides over fiber optic cable. As the light passes through, it's able to pick up events that are of a significance to both distribution and transmission systems. It's a component technology. However, I wanted to kind of make you guys available, aware of it, and also to highlight the availability of some of the information that we have, both webinars and case studies that detail a considerable more information about how it can be integrated. Again, we've heard a lot about the way in which technology is enabling and can address some of the issues, some of the challenges that the industry faces, and I wanted to highlight that opportunity using fiber optic sensing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mark. This closes the public comment portion of the agenda. And what I'd like to do is have some closing remarks from first starting with Chris Lawrence.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. And this has been an absolutely tremendous 2 days. And I have to say, minus the fact that we weren't able to see each other in person, this, I think, went pretty well, given the circumstances. Obviously, we would have liked to have a little bit more back and forth between the members and things like that. But given what we did, I think it was great. I just want to punctuate a couple of things real quick. I think that I'm very excited to be moving forward with a lot of different things that the Office of Electricity is doing. Obviously, you heard about the Bulk Power System Executive Order. You've heard about what we're doing with the NARM. These things are going to be working in concert with each other. You also heard about the Critical Electric Infrastructure Information Rule, which is something that we're pushing forward. All of these things relate to each other one way or another. We heard a little bit about Johanna's work with the Defense Critical Electric Infrastructure. I have a feeling we're going to be talking about that more in the future. I also am excited that the Hydrogen Fuel Technologies Office wants to engage the EAC more and get their feedback, particularly as how hydrogen can integrate into the electric grid and how it can be used as a resource. And I think that there are a lot of potential uses for that technology. I'm going to paraphrase Dr. Bob Cummings and his remarks about it's just another arrow in the quiver to use, I think, to solve this energy issue. So again, I'm excited how the EAC can just show more and more of its value to the entire department. And I want to, again, congratulate Ramtin on another successful work product getting voted through the committee. And I just want to, again, recognize Ramteen, John, Jeff, Lisa, who's not on the call, Anda, who's not on the call, and Brian for all of their service, particularly the first three I mentioned, because you guys tapped out at 6 years. And it was great getting to know you, John. I've known you longest. You know, you were with OE for a while. So I just want to say thank you, everyone. And it was a great meeting. And I'll turn it back over.
Wanda, you have any closing remarks?
Well, I'd just like to thank everybody for participation virtually and only organization. I think the panels and the discussion was very rich, and it took a lot of adaptability in order to get all of this teed up. So everybody involved, Chris, the leadership of the committees, the moderators, the panelists, all the participants in the interaction, thank you very much. You know, I think that, you know, going forward, we have the meeting in October, so we've got big data analytics on there. We've got, in the meantime, our Smart Grid Systems report, which we'll be asking for some iteration on. We know that the executive order is hot right now, and we'll figure out how to tee that up through some type of webinar or interaction here so that we can have some dialogue before we get together in October and make sure that we can have input in the meantime. And certainly there was a lot of interaction and feedback that we had through the panels and the discussion that will tee up, I think, some good activity within the subcommittees. So again, thanks, and I look forward to working with you. Stay safe.
Well,
thank you, Wanda.
This is my last meeting as your chair. I intend to stay another year as vice chair as long as Chris will have me, and Wanda. And of course, Wanda will be the new chair coming in on July the 1st. So she'll be having the leadership committee meeting coming here in June to begin to figure out what we're going to be doing going forward. There's a lot on the plate, and I always say that it's hard to hug a 400-pound marshmallow, and you can only take it one bite at a time. And so I know Joe Palladino got my rant on the things that we have in distribution, which is so large a plate that we have to deal with, not to mention the state versus federal issues as well. But lingering out there is obviously the executive order and COVID-19 response that may play into what we're going to be doing going forward as well. I want to thank the service that all you provide, including those that are departing, and especially Ramteen and John. Don't ever forget that what you're doing is service to our country, and I really believe that you honored that in our meetings and in our participation. And Chris, is there any impediment for me to adjourn the meeting?
There is no impediment to adjourning the meeting, and I'll just say all the presentations as well as Mark's public comment will be available on the website next week. Carry it out, Mike.
I will assume there are no objections to adjourning this meeting. Everyone be safe and have a great weekend.
And to paraphrase Wanda, wash your hands. Wash your hands.
Well, bye.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you, John. Take care.
Bye, John.
Bye. I'll miss you.